before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark, and Mr. Darden. Is Mr. Darden with us today?
He had to be here. It's to be briefly.
All right. Is he going to be back shortly?
Very shortly, but he comes.
All right, well, before we resume with the jury and the witness, Robert Risky, I just want to take this opportunity to thank both the Los Angeles Police Department and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department for their efforts in coordinating our crime scene view on Sunday. I think it went amazingly well. It was a very, very smooth operation. I thought that the intrusion upon the communities was as minimal as was required under the circumstances. I appreciate the cooperation of the news media helicopters staying out of earshot as much as possible. Appreciate the cooperation of the press and not being overly aggressive. And I appreciate the patience and cooperation of counsel in accomplishing this, because I think it went like clockwork, literally. And I think it was an example of how crime scene views ought to be handled. And there were no glitches.
I think the court is aware that, standpoint of defense, at the scene on Sunday, we expressed that we felt it was the essence of professionalism the way this was conducted, and we applauded all the various agencies that came together to work and show how things can really work well.
All right, counsel, anything else we need to put on the record before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? All right, Deputy Magnero, let's have the jury, please. Ladies and gentlemen, be seated. All right, let the record reflect that we have now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You look well rested and well shopped, I understand. All right, I see smiles there. Thank you. Let me thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience and cooperation during our visit to the scene on Sunday. I realize that there was a lot of waiting involved for you. However, I felt that it was very important that all of us go out there and look at these locations personally to understand the perspectives and the distances of the particular locations, and I appreciate your patience and cooperation during our visit. All right, records reflect that Robert Risky is still on the witness stand. Mr. Risky, you're advised that you are still under oath, and Mr. Cochran, you may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you very kindly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Officer Risky. I have some additional questions for you. With regard to the dog, you saw this acquitted dog while you were out there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, and can you tell us what was done with the dog that particular morning?
It was taken to the animal regulations.
And was that while you were there?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who specifically that dog was turned over to at animal regulations?
No, I don't.
That is a city agency, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not anyone at any time examined that animal to determine whether or not there was any evidence that he had bit anyone that night?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether or not anything was done to preserve this blood that we've heard was on the dog's paws and hind legs?
No, I don't.
Were you at the scene when this animal was turned over to someone at animal regulations?
No, I wasn't.
Do you know what time that was done?
Officer Glorioso and his partner took the dog. I don't know what time they left.
All right, so they took the dog at the scene,
That's correct.
and they then took him to some other location
Right.
in their police car?
Yes.
Have you seen any reports of what they did with the dog and who they turned the dog over to?
No, I haven't.
And what was Glorioso's partner's name, sir? If you recall.
I believe his partner was Officer Ziegler.
Ziegler?
I believe, I'm not positive.
Okay. Now, turning our attention back to the interior of 875 Bundy, at any time, before we get to the interior, at any time that morning, did you ever go to 873, the unit just to the side of 875? Did you go toward Dorothy Street? Did you ever go over there and knock on that door, try to rouse anybody there?
Towards Dorothy would be 877.
877. Thank you very much. 877 as opposed to 873, which would be Carp, wouldn't it? Yes. So
No, I know it was a door knock, but I didn't do it personally, no.
all right, somebody did go to that door?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever go to the house that's on the corner of Dorothy and Bundy?
No, I didn't.
You did not do that yourself?
No.
All right. Now, with regard to the interior of Bundy, was anyone in charge of looking at the items or examining any items inside the interior of Bundy?
I have no knowledge of that.
We know that you were the first officer who went inside there, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in the course of your search for evidence, did you ever look at look in the trash cans inside the Bundy location?
My purpose for being in a house wasn't to search for evidence. My purpose for being in a house wasn't to search for evidence, sir.
No, I understand that, but you told us at some point that you searched in the trash cans outside and around. Remember that? And I was just asking you, did you ever search any of the trash cans inside of Bundy?
No, I didn't.
Do you know if any other officer did at all?
No, I don't.
Now, with regard to the interior location, so that I'm clear, we had a jury view on Sunday so that things may be a little clearer. If you can help us with this, what time was it that you saw this ice cream cup on this banister on June 13th in the early morning hours?
Between 12:30, 12:40 in the morning.
12:30 to 12:40. And as I understand your testimony, this ice cream cup was on the banister as you go down the steps and going out toward the garage. Is
That's
that correct? Did you ever lift that ice cream cup up?
No, I didn't.
Could you tell from the condition of that melting ice cream as you described it, what was the flavor of the ice cream?
I have no idea.
Can you tell whether it was 1 scoop or 2 scoops or whatever?
I have no idea.
Did you ever have occasion to lift the container up?
No.
So you never saw under it whether it left a ring or anything
No.
on that counter? You never did that?
No, I didn't.
How many officers, in addition to you, that you're aware of, saw the melting ice cream cup there on that banister as you're going out the back there?
Including the detectives?
Yes, everybody that you know saw it, that you pointed out to.
5. I don't know.
All right. Well, tell us who those 5 would be, sir.
The Officer Wally, Detectives Furman and Phillips, and Van Adder and Lang.
All right. So all 4 of the detectives, Wally, and yourself at minimum.
That's correct.
So it'd be 6 altogether.
Altogether, yes.
And when you last saw this melting ice cream, it was still on this banister there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With the spoon having fallen down on the ground right below it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, with regard to, while we're in that back part of the house, you described for us the other day that the Jeep was outside the residence when you arrived there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that the right passenger door is that the right front passenger of that Jeep was open?
Yes, sir.
And in an open condition of that right front passenger door, would there be an interior light on?
The door was ajar. I don't remember if the light was on or not.
So you can't tell us one way or the other?
No.
But the door was ajar.
Right.
So in other words, if you walked over that door, could you just open it?
No.
Was it locked and ajar, or did you try to open it?
It was, I didn't try to open it, but it was closed, but not all the way. It was locked, but you couldn't open it, but it wasn't closed all the way.
All right. Do you know that it was locked?
No. It was closed. I don't know if it was locked.
It was just closed. So in other words, you didn't try to get inside there
No, I
and
didn't.
look to see if anything was inside there?
No.
And do you know whether any of the officers there looked inside the Jeep that morning?
No.
You just can tell us the door was ajar
That's correct.
and nobody ever tried it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, with
Objection, that is not a testimony that nobody ever tried it.
nobody that you know of tried it. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's what I'm saying. All right. Now, sir, with regard to this, you described for us the other day, I believe, that you said that there was a dime and a penny in this driveway north of the Jeep?
I didn't say that, sir. I said there was change.
Change, okay. Do you recall what the denomination of the change were?
No, I don't.
Do you recall there was 2 dimes and 2 pennies out there?
I have no clue.
You don't have a clue? Do you recall that there was more than 2 pieces of change there?
No. I don't know.
You don't recall?
No.
Have you seen any photographs
No, I haven't.
of this since that happened?
Well, the photograph up here.
You saw the photographs here?
Yes, sir.
And the other day we had a photograph of a dime and a penny, I think.
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall there was more change than that there?
No, I don't.
Have you seen the police reports in this matter that indicated there were 2 dimes and 2 pennies?
No, I haven't.
Do you recall seeing a small blue glass heart or something on the driveway in front of the right tire of that Jeep?
No, I don't.
You don't recall seeing that?
No, I don't.
When you described for us that this photographer was taking pictures of the back area, was that part of the area they were taking pictures of, where the change was and where this heart might be?
He was taking pictures of the alley and the residence when I was there. I don't remember taking any pictures of any evidence.
While you were there, did you ever see any police officers dust this Jeep at all for any prints or anything of that nature?
No.
Did you see any criminalists while you were there look in the alleyway for any track marks or anything of that nature?
No.
You never saw that done while you were there?
No.
Now, with regard to the other part of the interior of the house, you described for us last week how you walked kind of in the plant area so you wouldn't walk through the blood. And did you get your shoes muddy, dirty doing that?
I don't think so, no.
When you went inside the house, did you track any mud or dirt inside?
No.
You sure about that?
Positive.
All right. When you went inside and you used this phone to call your superior, call that?
Yes, sir.
You told us that you saw this envelope with Mr. Simpson's name on it, return address.
That's correct.
Did you keep that envelope?
No, I didn't.
And when you described that Mr. Simpson, to your mind at that point, was somehow involved from that point forward based upon that envelope, is what you saw, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when you went upstairs, you described for us some candles. I think you described 3 candles that you recall that were lit, is that right?
I believe there was 3, yes.
All right, do you recall any more being lit?
No.
Only the 3?
Yes.
And where were those 3?
They would be to the west of the bathtub on a counter.
West of the bathtub, and that's the bathtub in the master bedroom?
Right.
And is that the bathtub that had this water in it?
Yes, sir.
And I may have asked you this, but allow me if I can ask again. Did you ever touch that water?
No, I didn't.
So you don't know if it was cold or hot or
No,
whatever?
I don't.
Did it seem as though somebody had already taken a bath?
I couldn't tell.
You didn't pay that much attention to
No.
it? The candles were around the tub?
They were to the rear.
To the rear
west.
of the tub? Were there other lights on upstairs there when you got up there?
I believe there was a table lamp in the master bath, in the master bedroom, I'm sorry, and the hall light was on.
All right, and did you, as you're walking through the house, did you see any ice buckets with any ice therein or any chill wine as though somebody might be expecting a guest?
Not that I recall, no.
You don't recall? In the 2 rooms where you found the sleeping children, I presume those lights were off in those particular rooms?
That's correct.
Did you see, did you look through any of the closets while you were there?
Just
Clothes closets?
Just for suspects, not a thorough search, no.
You didn't look for any particular clothes or take any
No.
clothes or anything?
No.
Now, with regard to the bedroom, in that master bedroom, you described for us that the clothing or the bed clothing was kind of piled in the middle of the bed as though either somebody had been in the bed or it hadn't been made up. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did it appear to you that the occupant of that house had been expecting someone to come there?
I really don't know. I couldn't tell.
You couldn't tell? Was there any music on inside the house when you came in, or TV on at all?
There's music
There was music on? And can you tell us where this music was coming from, sir?
from the living room just as you entered the front door.
Could you tell what it was? Did you turn it off at some point?
No, I didn't touch the stereo, no.
Okay, it was coming from a stereo?
Yes.
Could you tell whether it was a CD or a
No.
tape or whatever?
No.
What kind of music was it?
It's just light. I don't know.
Light music?
It wasn't rock. It wasn't country. Just light, like maybe classical or jazz.
Okay, something light.
Yes, sir.
And was playing when you first went in the house?
That's correct.
The shoes that you were wearing that night, do you always wear those same shoes, or do you have more than one pair of shoes?
I have more than one pair.
How many pairs do you have back in June?
2.
Is that fairly normal among patrolmen,
Yes.
LAPD? 2 pair of shoes? How do you determine? You wear one, does it depend whether they're shined, or do you just wear them till they wear them out and then put the others on?
No, I usually wear the same pair unless it rains and they get soaked, and I change until they dry out.
So you have then a second pair.
That's correct.
Now, you told us there was music on. Do you recall whether or not there was a television on at all that you recall?
There was a television on in the master bedroom.
Okay, and it was on.
It was on, yes.
And again, you just left that on?
Just left it on.
It was you left everything on, or
That's
left
correct.
everything on that was on, the stereo and the TV.
That's correct.
Right. Left the bath water in the tub.
Yes, sir.
Left the ice cream melting. It was you didn't take anything.
I didn't touch anything.
And so that we're clear, while you were there, the photographer never came inside and took any pictures of anything inside that place, right?
Not that I was aware of, no.
You never instructed him to do that.
No.
And in your presence, you never heard either Phillips or Furman or Lang or Van Adder instruct the photographer to take any pictures of the
No.
interior. Did any members of the media arrive at that scene at some time that morning?
Not while I was there, no.
Even when you were out in the back or the front, you were not aware of the presence of anyone in the media by the time you left at about 7:15?
There was no media.
Okay. We talked last week about the time that the detectives left to go over to the Rockingham residence. You recall that?
I remember speaking of it, yes.
And that was what time did they leave?
I really don't know.
And I think you told us they were gone about an hour,
Hour and a half.
and you thought they got back by what time?
Between 6:30, 6:45.
6:30, 6:45? So they would have left, if they're gone an hour and a half, they would have left by 5 or thereabouts. Would that be fair?
5:15, 5:30, I don't know.
Do you know what time the sun came up that morning in June?
No, I don't.
So somewhere an hour and a half, they were gone out of the presence. When they left, when all 4 of these detectives who were in charge, well, 2 of whom were now in charge of the scene, when they left, who was in charge of that scene over there in Rockingham?
My supervisor?
And who was that?
Either Sergeant Rossi or Sergeant Kuhn.
They're both sergeants. So did you hear some conversation between the detectives who were now leaving the scene where the bodies were to go to someplace else?
No.
And was your understanding that all 4 of these detectives were leaving to go to Rockingham to notify Mr. Simpson?
I don't know why they were going.
They didn't tell you?
No.
Are you aware of the LAPD policy with regard to the notification of the next of kin? What the manual says about that?
No.
You're not aware of that?
No.
You weren't aware then, and you're not aware now?
No.
Okay. Did you ever hear anybody discuss notifying either the Brown family or the Goldman families regarding these tragic deaths?
No.
Did you notice that you had occasion to walk this long walkway that we talked about the other day that you described maybe as being 120, 130 feet, you know, from the front all the way to the back alleyway? Did you notice that there were some trees that tended to drop some kind of berries or whatever that tended to stain that sidewalk? Did you notice that?
No,
As you were looking back there?
I didn't notice that, no.
You didn't, did you ever walk back there when it was light?
No, I didn't.
So when you were back there, you only had the aid of a flashlight, and you didn't sit when it was light, right?
Right.
All right.
It's actually two questions, but yes.
Okay, let me thank you for answering both. Yes, yes? Okay. You never saw any berries deposited on that walkway during the light hours, is that
No,
right?
I didn't.
And you never went over to Rockingham?
Not, I went later in the evening.
Later on that day?
That's correct, just for traffic control.
Okay, did you ever go inside the property?
No, I went after it was done being a crime scene.
All right, what time did you get over to Rockingham?
11:15, 11:30 p.m.
Late at night,
That's correct.
on June 13th?
It was either the 13th or the 14th.
One of those two.
Right.
But you never went inside the property?
No, I
is that
didn't.
true? Now, with regard to this area where you saw these bodies that you described for us, you had occasion, did you not, to observe the body of the female victim you
That's
described
correct.
for us? Do you recall seeing blood spots on the back of the female victim, Ms. Simpson?
I really don't know, no.
If you were to see a picture of that, would that perhaps that refresh your recollection?
Maybe, but I don't remember seeing them.
Okay, just a second here.
Photographers are direction to attempt to take photographs of the scene on the screen.
This is 1012. Do you see those blood spots that appear on the back there?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall seeing the body in that condition that night, those spots?
No, I don't.
Did you ever tell the photographer or direct him to take any pictures of the back that appeared there?
No.
All right, you can take it down. Thank you. Now, with regard to this area, this very small area where Mr. Goldman's body was found, he was lying somewhere against a tree right in that front area, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you described that area as being about how wide, given the tree as the backstop? How far would you say it was from that tree to that front gate, and from the gate to the way you would enter that place?
I would estimate 10 by 6 or smaller.
10 by 6 or smaller?
Yeah.
Yeah. With regard to that area, while you were there, now you saw in one of the photographs that Detective Furman, you saw his shoes and footprint in there when he was pointing at something under some of the foliage. You recall that, right? That one picture?
I don't think there was any testimony that Detective Furman's
All right.
footprints were in the scene.
Let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it, Your Honor. You saw a photograph, did you not, of a detective or some individual in a shirt and some pants pointing down at toward the foliage? Did you
That's
recall
correct.
that? Do you know who that person was?
Detective Furman?
And did you see that person's shoe also?
Yes, I did.
And the shoe was uncovered, had no booties or anything on that shoe,
That's
did it?
correct.
And he had nothing on his hands either, did he?
Right.
And that picture was taken in that area, this small area that we've been talking about, where Mr. Goldman's body was found. Is that right?
Right.
And while you were there, did you ever see anyone take or seek to preserve any shoe prints that were in that particular area, if any?
Objection. Objection made. How do you, what, break up the concrete? I mean,
If he understands the question, we don't. Thank you.
Overruled.
No, I didn't.
You not see anybody do that?
No.
Did you ever direct anyone when you were there to take any pictures in that particular area?
No, I didn't.
And I'm talking not only about the concrete, I'm talking about the dirt area.
I didn't direct anybody to take any pictures anywhere.
And do you ever, in your presence, ever hear any of the detectives who were supposedly in charge of the scene to do that?
No.
Now, I think we covered on last week that when you left the scene, the coroner had not arrived. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know whether or not the coroner had been called at that point?
I don't know.
And you didn't participate in that?
No, I didn't.
All right. We established you left by 7:15.
That's correct.
And with regard to the movement of evidence, we talked briefly about this last week, that one of the things you try to do at a crime scene is preserve the evidence and not move it. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And with regard to some of the evidence I showed you last week, you could see that it had been moved. Is that correct?
Right.
And do you know whether or not that evidence had been moved by virtue of the coroner moving the body, or do you know?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
So you have no way of knowing?
No.
Even if the coroner were to move a body, best procedure would be not to move the evidence. Would you agree?
Objection.
No.
Sustained.
Well,
It's argumentative. With this witness.
okay. Thank you, Your Honor. You know yourself that you do everything you can not to move evidence. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And if ever you moved evidence, or evidence was moved from one location to the other, you'd write a report explaining why that was done, would you not?
Right.
That'd be standard procedure, wouldn't it?
For me, yes.
And you're a well-trained officer.
I'd like to believe so.
In addition to you searching the area for any weapons or bloody clothes or whatever, as you described for us last week, were there other officers who also searched up and down that alleyway and that sort of thing that you're aware of?
I know they were door knocking a residence. I don't know if they were searching. I can't testify for anybody else.
All right. You know you searched, and you know other officers were out there, but you don't know whether they searched or not.
Right.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Risky. Thank you, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Clark.
Good morning.
Officer Risky, you got asked a whole lot of questions about what you've done in this investigation just now by counsel, didn't you?
Yes.
What's your job, sir?
Respond to the call, secure the scene. That's it. Make notifications.
You're a patrol officer, right?
That's correct.
And have you ever heard of the title of investigating officer?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is there a difference in the duties between an investigating officer and a patrol officer?
Yes, there is.
Tell us, what is an investigating officer supposed to do?
Just investigate the crime, take copious notes, and look at the evidence and write it down.
And does he direct the criminalists and tell them what evidence to collect?
Yes.
And does he direct the photographer and tell him what pictures to take?
Sustained. It's also he or she.
He or she? Person. Sorry. Who tells the photographer what photographs to take?
The detective?
The investigating officer?
Yes.
And who tells the criminalist what evidence to collect?
The investigating officer?
And who tells the print people where to take fingerprints and dust for prints?
The investigating officer?
And who is supposed to oversee the coordination with the removal of the bodies by the coroner?
The investigating officer?
Are you supposed to have anything to do with any of that stuff?
Not in this instance, no.
And this crime scene, you were the patrol officer who happened to be first one there.
That's correct.
So none of those things are supposed to be done by you.
No.
And that's proper procedure, not for it to be done by you.
That's correct.
And is it part of your duties to observe and make sure that all of these things we've just mentioned are done?
No.
Is it your duty to watch and see what is being done by the print people or the criminalist or a photographer or coroner?
No.
Oh,
Now, the fact that you did not see photographs being taken inside the house, does that mean that they weren't taken?
No, it doesn't.
Did you stand guard inside the house to watch where the photographer went?
No.
Did you stand guard behind the house to watch and see what the photographer took pictures of?
No.
Did you stand guard in front of the house to see what the photographer took pictures of?
No, I didn't.
Other than taking photographs of bloody shoe prints, can you think of any other way to preserve them?
Object to the form of that question, Your Honor. Sorry. Leading and suggesting.
Overruled.
No.
You ever seen anybody go and break up the concrete to take the pieces of concrete so you can preserve bloody shoe prints?
No.
Overruled. Slow down though, Ms. Barker.
Sorry.
No, we're going a little fast there.
Are you smoking? Okay. Now, your observations at the crime scene, sir, are you there to closely examine the bodies?
No.
What are you there to do when you make your observations as first officer on the scene?
So, notify the investigating officer of my observations and secure the scene, make sure nothing gets moved.
So, when you found that the passenger door of the Jeep was not fully locked, would it have been proper for you...
Closed, not fully locked.
We don't know if it was locked. That's a conclusion. Was ajar was his testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You didn't know if it was locked or not.
No, I didn't.
How was it then that you made the observation? Tell us what you saw about that door that made you think it wasn't fully closed.
There's a gap, probably 1.5 to 2 inches between the door and the body of the vehicle.
Okay, then if there was a gap so that the door was partially open, can you tell us how it could be locked?
No, I don't mean it was partially. I mean it was closed, but not closed all the way.
Okay, and if it wasn't closed all the way, can you think of a way it could be locked?
Do you know?
I don't know if it was locked or not, no.
Have you ever been able to... You've had experience with cars. You've driven a few, right?
A few.
Still driving a car?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been able to lock the door when it hasn't been fully closed?
Yes.
Overruled. It's also a matter of common experience. Everybody here drives a car. We're in L.A.
That's true. It would have been proper for you to go and try and open that door?
No.
Why not?
Because I get my fingerprints on the door and it'd disrupt the integrity of the crime scene again.
And you want to make sure that you don't do that until print people who come and try and lift prints?
That's correct.
And you didn't see the print people try and get prints off the car, did you?
No.
That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No.
You just didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
And with regard to the ice cream, you didn't lift that cup.
No.
You didn't try and taste the ice cream.
No, I didn't.
Would it have been proper for you to do that?
No.
Why not?
Because again, it'd disrupt the integrity of the crime scene. I'm just make note of it and leave it alone.
Leave it there for the investigating officer or handling detectives to observe?
That's correct.
Now, about that ice cream, did you have any way of knowing how frozen it was when it was purchased?
No.
Do you know whether it was yogurt or ice cream?
No, I don't.
Could you tell by looking at it?
No.
Do you know whether Nicole Brown put it into the freezer when she got home and took it out just before she went outside and was attacked?
No.
Total speculation on counsel's part.
As counsel's questions.
Overruled.
Do you know how long it takes for that particular brand to melt?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether it was frozen in the middle and maybe melted around the sides?
There appeared to be a little bit of mass in the middle with a fluid surrounding it, but I don't know. Like I said, I didn't touch it.
Okay. So you don't know whether the core was still frozen?
No, I don't.
You know of any way to tell a difference between ice cream that's been melted for 2 versus 2.5 hours?
No.
Or 2.5 hours and 2 hours and 15 minutes?
No, I don't.
You know how anybody could tell the difference between that?
No.
Anybody could cause speculation.
Sustained. Sustained.
All right, now you have a duty to, what is your duty with respect to, what is your duty with respect to writing the notes on what you observed at the crime scene?
Just general information, basic notes.
And so it's a general observation of what you saw?
That's correct.
Whose duty is it to write the more detailed crime scene notes?
The investigating officer.
Okay. Nevertheless, did you notice anything with respect to the spoon that was in that ice cream?
That was on the floor.
As though the ice cream had melted and it fell out?
Sustained.
Was a spoon near where the ice cream was on the banister?
It was on the floor directly underneath the ice cream.
Okay. With respect to any ring that might have been underneath the cup, do you have any way of knowing whether she used to rest cups on that banister a lot?
Just my call suspect.
Sustained.
Okay, now you didn't see all of the photographs that were taken, did you?
No, I didn't.
And the spoon that was near the, that was on the ground, what did that appear to be to you?
It's a pink plastic spoon.
Okay. And did you associate that spoon with the ice cream cup?
Yes.
Why?
Generally, when you go get ice cream, that's the color of spoon you get. Pink plastic spoon.
And did you determine why that spoon was on the ground next to the cup?
No.
Did you pass on any observation with respect to that?
I told the investigating officer it looked like it just fell out when the ice cream melted.
And now you indicated that you didn't know what efforts had been made to notify the family of Ron Goldman or the family of Nicole Brown.
That's correct.
At the time that you were at the crime scene, sir, did you or anyone that you knew of know Nicole's maiden name?
I believe I ran a license plate on the Ferrari. It said Nicole Brown Simpson.
And from that, were you able to determine where her family was?
No.
At the time that you were at the crime scene, sir, did anyone know the identity of Ron Goldman?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So to the best, so at the time that you were there, did anyone know how to make contact with his family?
No.
And you indicated that when you first entered the condominium, you thought that Mr. Simpson was involved. And by that you meant?
I meant maybe a relative or a friend or maybe a potential victim.
So you thought he was a relative or a friend of one of the victims
Right.
because of what you saw inside the condominium?
That's correct.
All right, now you did not see all of the photographs that were taken in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
And you weren't present when, so you have no idea when some of the photographs were taken that were shown to you?
Been asked the answer several times on redirect.
Twice.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I won't do it. It's foundational, I'm going into another area.
All right, proceed. Thank you.
In your experience, sir, are photographs taken both before and after the coroner arrives?
Yes.
And has it ever occurred in your experience that removal of bodies from a scene will cause some evidence close to the bodies to be disturbed?
In my experience, they've actually picked up the evidence, tagged where it was at, removed the body, and put the evidence back, and took photographs.
But in your experience, have they taken photographs before the bodies were moved
Yes.
in order to preserve it exactly as it was found?
Right.
Overall.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Your answer was yes? And then photographs are taken after the bodies are removed?
That's correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
By the way, sir, what was it, again, I apologize if I've asked this, I don't remember, because this is not from today. What was it you saw in the condominium that made you believe that Mr. Simpson was related to one of the victims?
There was a lithograph of Mr. Simpson on the north wall. There was some family photos, and then the letter with the return address.
Thank you, sir. Now, you were not wearing gloves, were you, sir?
No, I wasn't.
And Detective Mark Furman, he was not wearing gloves, was he?
Not while I was there, no.
Okay. And Sergeant Rossi was not wearing gloves?
No.
And the detectives were not wearing gloves while you were there?
No.
Were they handling the evidence?
Not while I was there, no.
Were they collecting the evidence?
No.
Were they dusting for prints?
No, they weren't.
Were they lifting blood spots?
No.
Sir, you indicated that you did not touch the Jeep and you did not touch the cup in order to make sure that everything was preserved,
Right.
so that you wouldn't get your prints on it.
Right.
How much training did it take for you to figure out that you shouldn't touch evidence before the criminalist examines it?
Sustained. It's an argumentative question for your own witness.
Did it take a lot of training for you to figure that out?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, do all of these detectives know that as well?
Sustained. Sustained.
Purpose of your search inside the residence, sir, was that to examine it for evidence?
No, it wasn't.
What were you doing in there?
Looking for any other victims or a suspect.
So you were just trying to clear it in case there was somebody in peril or there was a suspect inside?
Right.
You were asked by counsel about the Star 69 feature on the
Right.
telephone, and that's the feature that registers incoming calls, and then it will immediately connect the caller to the last person who called.
I don't
You
even know
remember
what that is.
Okay. Okay, then are you aware that no matter how many outgoing calls are made, that would not disrupt that feature because it registers incoming calls?
Sustained. Sustained. He just testified he had no idea what it is.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Without. Clark, you hold on just a second here. Madam Reporter, can you see the appropriate connector for that? Mr. Harris, can you assist us here? Ms. Clark, you have to use the little screw connectors there. Yeah, to make sure that it stays. Mr. Darden, you get anything on the screen? I think we'll have to reboot after the recess. Oh well, we tried. Take good notes. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here, you'll notice that we all have computer screens on our desks. The attorneys have them, I have them. This is so that when the testimony is taken down by the court reporter, we have an immediate readout as to what the testimony is, so that I can go back and check the last question or clarify things, and the attorneys have the same thing. And unfortunately, the prosecutor's connector came apart. It's called real-time reporting. Are we back online? Ms. Clark?
I think so. Thank you.
All right.
You indicated, sir, that you used the telephone inside Ms. Brown's condominium when you first went inside,
That's correct.
but you had a rover with you.
Right.
Why'd you use the phone?
Because our rovers don't have telephone capabilities, and we don't have phones in our cars, and I didn't want to broadcast over my rover that there was a possible double homicide involving a celebrity,
Why not? Why didn't you want to use your rover to do that?
because the media would have beat my back up there.
I'm sorry?
The media would have beat all the additional officers there,
They would have gotten there before the additional officers? How come?
because everybody knows they drive around with scanners and they respond to calls. And I didn't want them to get there before we had a crime scene set up.
So the media has the frequency of your rover?
Right.
Has that happened to you before, that they've picked up on your rover?
All the time.
The shoes that you wore at the crime scene, sir, did someone later photograph the soles of those shoes so they could be compared to the bloody shoe prints found at the scene?
Yes.
And who was it that did that?
Detective Phillips.
And when did he do that?
It's either later that evening or the next day.
Sir, do you recall you were shown a photograph of an officer walking up the walkway by defense counsel last week?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing the logo of American Journal at the bottom of that photograph?
I don't believe when I saw it there, no.
You didn't see it on the photograph?
I saw it on a photograph upstairs, but I don't recall seeing it on the one here.
Okay. The photograph you saw upstairs, did that seem to be the same one that Mr. Cochran showed to you?
Yes.
Overruled.
Did the defense mark a print of that?
Yes. It has the broadcast ID on the lower right-hand corner blocked out.
Of American Journal? You don't know. Let me see.
No idea.
Thank you. May I approach you, Honor? Showing you what's been marked as Defense 1011. You see this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is that the one you recognize that Mr. Cochran showed you before?
Yes, I do.
And you see this little box down here in the right-hand corner?
Yes,
It's blanked out in this photograph, isn't it?
that's correct.
photograph that I'd like to be marked as People's next in order.
57 equals 57.
57, thank you. Show it to council. May I show you, sir, People's 57?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall seeing that upstairs?
Yes, I do.
And does that appear to be a copy of the same photograph you're shown in Defendant's 1011?
Yes.
Now, instead of having that blanked-out gray box that you have in the Defendant's exhibit, you have American Journal shown in that same area where that box is blank?
Yes, ma'am.
And that in the People's exhibit, then it shows you that it's an American Journal photograph.
That's correct.
And you said that there were no media there when you were present, is that right?
That's right.
Are you aware of what American Journal is, sir?
It's a news magazine, or a news show.
On television.
All right.
Now, you have no idea when that photograph was taken, do you?
No, I don't.
Because you weren't present when any media was present, were you?
No.
Now, at some point in your experience, sir, after evidence is collected and the criminalist and the photographer finish their work at the crime scene, what happens to that crime scene?
Just tear it down, release it.
You release the crime scene.
That's correct.
And if you didn't do that, I guess all of L.A. would be taped off, wouldn't it?
Sustained.
So at some point, the crime scene is broken down.
Right.
Overruled.
And at the point that you left at 7:15, was that 7:15, sir?
7:15.
Were there any officers walking on that walkway?
No.
And it was still taped off?
That's right.
And when you were there, the crime scene was maintained with that tape?
That's correct.
Did you see anyone walk on that walkway where the blood was as shown in that photograph?
No, I didn't.
And you don't know when that photograph was taken?
No, I don't.
Now, while the crime scene tape is still up, before the criminalist or the photographer or the print people come in and the investigating officers come in to do their work, do you just let any curious cop walk in there and check out the crime scene?
No.
What do you do?
Just make sure people stay out of it.
Who is allowed into the tape?
The investigating officers.
So whoever's just necessary to maintain security and do the investigation who's assigned to the
Correct.
case. Sir, Mr. Cochran showed you some photographs. Last week. I'd like to show them to you now, if you don't mind. You want to cut the feed, Your Honor? Sorry. This is People's.
Clark, do we know what photograph this is?
I think it's People's 44, Your Honor. I'm attempting to verify that now.
P. I believe Your Honor,
44.
this photograph is located on the,
Mrs. Robertson confirms this is 44.
It's People's 44. Thank you, gentlemen. That's okay. You recall seeing that photograph that Mr. Cochran showed you last week?
Yes.
And then Mr. Cochran showed you this photograph, you recall?
Yes, I do.
And you made note of the fact in your testimony that this glove in this photograph appears to be in a different position than in the earlier one.
Right.
Now, in this photograph, sir, you see a numbered tag.
Yes, I do.
Go back to the other one, P44, John.
Sure.
Thanks. All right, now in this photograph, you don't see a numbered tag, do you?
No.
You see a shoe
Yes.
next to that, right next to that glove?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall whose shoe that was?
Mr. Goldman?
So in this photograph, it would appear Mr. Goldman's body was still in place.
Right.
Back to the other one. And in this photograph, do you see Mr. Goldman's shoe?
No, I don't.
It would appear then, do you see bloody drag marks above the number 102 in the upper left-hand corner?
Sustained. Sustained bleeding.
What do you see up in the upper left-hand corner above the number 102?
Dark striations.
And,
Which one is this?
I'm sorry.
we have not introduced this particular photo. This, I believe, was marked as Defense Exhibit 1005. Is that correct?
Mrs. Robertson?
No.
Not 1005.
That's final marking for People's next in order. At this time, until we can locate the defense number.
Yeah, but we're comparing their photograph to this.
Well, this is the People's photograph.
So this is, I'm sorry, Ms.
I have it on one of
Robertson.
the boards.
Hold on, let's,
Okay.
so you don't have to have duplicate photographs. All right, but still, people's next in order would be 58, Mrs. Robertson? All right, 58.
It has been marked on it. It was People's 56H.
All right, 56H.
It's on the board.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Do you see Ron Goldman's boot in this picture?
No, I don't.
It would appear that his body has been removed. Is that correct?
On that question, he's not there.
Sustained.
Does his body appear to be there in this photograph, sir?
No.
Body never looked at the form of that question. So,
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Do you see his body in this picture?
No, I don't.
You don't see his boot?
No.
Now, Mr. Cochran has this photograph, but he didn't show you this one, did he?
No, I didn't.
this one, Your Honor, I don't have this photograph. I don't have to show any photographs. I've just
Sustained.
That's argumentative.
Sustained. Excuse me, counsel, on both sides, we don't need this kind of questioning or this kind of response.
Officer, can you tell us? Do you see Mr. Goldman's body in this photograph?
No, I don't.
And can you?
All right, Ms. Clark,
And
you want to
can we
mark
mark
this?
this? Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this will be People's 58.
So if I may check, Your Honor, I want to make sure we have it already.
Certainly.
Marked it. No. People's 58? I'm going to zoom in on the area that was shown to you in the other photo that was shown to you by Mr. Cochran in People's 56H, and see if you can locate the close-up view. This is a perspective shot of that particular photograph. And while you're looking at this one, sir, do you see the same dark striations above that number tag near the bush?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Mark, let me just ask you a quick question. As to this photograph, I don't think this is a restricted photo. All right, what's coming up after this? This is going to be a close-up of this?
Right.
All right.
Nothing. Sir, do you see the glove in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's hard with this zoom effect to see the number, but let me show you the board has been marked as People's 56. And in 56H, do you see the photograph that corresponds to the view that you have there on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And does that appear to be 56H?
Yes, it is.
And so this photograph that was shown to you by Mr. Cochran is a close-up view of the back in perspective. Laser. Is a close-up shot, and this one that's been marked as 58 is the perspective view.
Right,
And you can tell now in this photograph that Mr. Goldman's body has been removed.
right.
Mr. Mark, do you want
Thank
to
you.
print that close-up?
Print the close-up we just did. Now, you were present at the scene, were you not, sir? And you've testified that the area in which Mr. Goldman's body was found was 10 by 6?
I believe so, yes.
Was that a very, very small area, sir?
Yes,
Kind of looked like a cage.
right.
Oh,
Now, the glove and the cap and the envelope were right at his feet, is that correct?
The glove and a cap, the envelope was a little farther away.
all right, Ms. Clark, do we need this photograph any longer?
No, I was waiting.
All right, we'll mark the printout of the close-up as 58A.
Please.
I think this is the envelope, Your Honor. I think it's okay. Okay, you remember, and this one is marked, this one is People's on the board.
This is from one of the charts, I believe. Did we accomplish lettering those?
It's a letter one, yeah.
It's on People's 56, and I believe it is 56.
No. It's not 56.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it is on
44.
People's,
People's 54, but it has not been individually labeled.
All right, chart 54.
People's 54, perhaps the court would prefer if I label it as well, as I have the others. I'll label the envelope shown in the upper left-hand corner as A, photograph, close-up of the hat and gloves, B, photograph of Ms. Brown, C.
Ms. Clark, I'm
photograph-
sorry, why don't we, you have them numbered there. Number 1, 2, 3. Why don't we just put number 54 paren 1, 54 paren 2, in keeping with what the exhibit actually says, rather than confuse it even more.
Because, Your Honor, we don't have the envelope number here.
It says glasses 3, doesn't it?
It says glasses. Okay. So we'll have it with the corresponding numbers?
Yes,
Okay.
54 paren 3.
Okay. And that would be 54.3, Marcus glasses on those.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we don't confuse it even more.
Okay. Now, rather than show the board, because I don't have to cut the feed, I'm just going to use 54.3.
All right. All right, Ms. Clark, do you have much more?
Yes.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, then we're going to take a 15-minute court reporter recess. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Don't let anybody contact or communicate with you, and we will see you back here in 15 minutes. Let me ask you to step back into the jury room, please. All right, we'll stand, and Officer Risky, you can step down. 15 minutes, please. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are present. Let's have the jury, please. All right, let the record reflect we have now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Officer Robert Risky is still on the witness stand on redirect examination. Officer Risky, you're reminded you're still under oath. Ms. Clark, you may continue your redirect.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Okay.
Two, please.
This is P54-3, Your Honor.
All right, P54, paren 3.
You remember Mr. Cochran showed you this photograph last week?
Yes, I do.
And you see the position of the envelope?
Yes.
And it's just a little bit above that grouting that's in the lower right-hand corner of the photograph.
Right.
Okay. Can we get the perspective shot? Okay, if we could cut the feed for the next one, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'd ask it to be marked P59.
All right, P59.
Okay, then you see in this photograph that Mr. Goldman is present.
Yes.
And you see the envelope in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to zoom in on the position of the photograph.
One, please.
We're losing it. There we go. Push it up slow, Jonathan. Thank you. See the position of the envelope in this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
It would be the same in the last photograph you saw, P50, in the last photograph that we showed you?
Yes.
With respect to the grouting and everything?
Right.
Okay, so you can see that the body is in place in this photograph.
Yes, ma'am.
And in the previous one as well.
Yes. Well, you
Now,
couldn't see the
please.
body in the previous.
Yes. But you can see that the position of the envelope is the same.
Right.
And do you see a numbered tag in this photograph?
No, I don't.
Did you see a numbered tag in the previous photograph in which the envelope is in the same position as in this one?
No.
Okay. Good.
Your Honor, may this be marked as People's 59A? We
All right,
printed this.
print 59A.
Two, please.
Okay, now you recall that Mr. Cochran showed you this photograph
Yes.
with a numbered tag in it?
Yes,
And-
ma'am.
Okay, and you saw that the envelope was slightly moved.
Actually, the following question slightly
Moved.
Okay, was moved?
Moved.
Okay,
Yes.
moved. Okay.
This photo is P56F.
All right, now let me show you perspective. Photograph that you were not shown by Mr. Cochran. Do you see the envelope here?
P58.
All right, that has not been shown thus far
That has not been shown thus far,
by either party.
correct?
Thank you.
Actually, I think I do have this photograph already marked.
I think this may be on one of your boards.
You see this photograph, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
You
this
see
is
the-
what photograph?
Should we mark-
P56H.
This is
P56H.
P56H. Yes, it has been marked, Your Honor. And shown. You see the position of the envelope in this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
And if we could zoom in. And you see the body, the body's been removed in this photograph.
Right.
One, please.
Okay. You see the position of the envelope in this photograph?
Yes.
Now, in this photograph in which the body has been removed, does the envelope appear to be in the same position as the close-up shown to you just before this one?
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to that one and I'll look at that. Compare.
I'm sorry, which photo?
The,
Two, please.
does that appear to be in the same position as the perspective shot that I just showed you in which you can see that the body has been removed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you also see the edge of a blanket in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
Was there a blanket there when you saw the bodies in place?
No.
All right, so what does it appear to be, what do you see here, sir, in the difference in the photographs that were shown to you?
Objection to form that question, Your Honor. Mr. Vince Case.
Correct. Which photographs?
First of all, with respect to the envelope, would it appear that there were photographs taken before the bodies were removed?
Yes.
And would it appear then that after the bodies were removed, photographs were taken again?
Yes, ma'am.
It's also speculation. He wasn't there. He sort of told us that. Counsel leading and suggested.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
as to what?
Leading and suggested.
Okay. You saw the photographs that we've just shown you, where photographs were taken of the envelope before the body was moved. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we showed you a photograph of the envelope that was taken after the body was removed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in those photographs taken of the envelope after the body was removed, you see a numbered tag.
Yes.
And was there also a photograph taken of the glove before the body was removed?
Yes.
You saw that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there was a photograph taken of the glove after the body was removed.
Yes.
And you saw that.
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw that there was a numbered tag on the glove after the body was removed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the photographs that were taken after the bodies were removed, the envelope and the glove appeared to you to be in a different position than they were before the body was removed. Is that correct?
Correct.
See the photograph that has been marked as People's 56K. It's number 105.
Yes, I do.
Appears to mark an evidence item of a ring.
I'm sorry, Ms. Clark, this is 56.
Okay, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm going to put it up on the laser so everyone can see it. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see that ring when you were there?
No, I didn't.
Of course, if it was under the body of Ron Goldman, you wouldn't have been able to. Is that right?
It's also
Right.
speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you- Can we cut the feed for the next one, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is P55, Your Honor.
All right, who's that person pointing to the glove and the cap underneath the bush?
Detective Furman.
Now, you I think, testified before that Detective Phillips and Detective Furman returned from Rockingham together. Is that right?
Right.
And it was at that point that you saw Detective Furman go and point to the evidence for the photographer?
Right.
And that's him wearing that white shirt and those beige pants?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that shortly...
55.
P55.
Thank you.
And was that shortly before you left and got off duty?
Yes.
And you got off duty about 7:15?
Right.
Okay. And was it, did you testify before that that Detective Furman and Detective Ron Phillips arrived at the scene at about 2:10, was it, in the morning?
I believe so. I don't recall what time it was.
Would it refresh your recollection, sir, if I showed you the crime scene log?
I didn't fill out the log, but it
No, I
would.
know
I didn't
that.
put the time in, but yes.
Pardon?
I didn't fill out the log and put the time in, but yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Ms. Clark, you're showing the officer the crime scene log,
Yes.
personnel log.
Yes, sir. I'm showing you what appears to be the crime scene log for 875 South Bundy. Do you recognize your name at the very top?
Yes, I do.
Because you were the first officer there.
Yes. My partner and I.
And do you see the entry for Detective Phillips and Furman?
Yes.
And do you see the time of their arrival stated?
Yes, I do.
And is that 2:10 in the morning?
Yes.
Does that refresh your
Excuse me, counsel, this is not the appropriate way to refresh somebody's recollection, is it?
I'm sorry.
they're supposed to read it to themselves rather than tell us what's there, and ask if that refreshes their recollection?
Can you read that?
Yes, I can.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Generally, yes. I don't recall exactly what time I got there.
Does that appear to be, does that, what do you think was the time of their arrival, sir?
Overruled.
I believe it was right around 2:15.
Okay. Now, by that time, the crime scene, had it been secured
Yes.
for almost 2 hours?
Actually, about maybe an hour and 30 minutes, hour and 20 minutes,
You got there at
12:13.
12:13? And how long after getting there did you secure the crime scene?
It was secured when we started the search, which was 12:30, 12:40.
Okay. So between 12:30 and 12:40?
Right.
So by the time Detectives Phillips and Furman got there, the crime scene had been secured for hour and 30 to hour and 40 minutes?
Right.
And by that time, had you and Officer Terrasa seen the crime scene?
Yes.
And Sergeant Rossi? Had he seen the crime scene as well?
Right.
And Sergeant Kuhn and Officer Wally, had they been at the crime scene also?
Yes.
And that all happened before Detective Phillips and Detective Furman got there?
Yes, it did.
And by the way, Sergeant Kuhn, is he related in any way to the officer that testified in the Rodney King case?
No.
Sustained 3 times. 3 times we've asked that question.
I'm sorry, I didn't remember, Your Honor. Officer Risky, you were the first officer on the scene, right?
My partner and I, yes.
How many gloves did you see at Bundy?
1.
Thank you.
Mr. Cochran, any recross?
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Officer Risky, a few questions if we might. If I might approach, Your Honor.
Certainly.
This photograph here on exhibit number, this is 56J. You see this photograph here where this is Mr. Goldman's foot shoe?
Yes.
Is that pretty to be red?
Orange or red.
Orange or red, and it's almost touching the glove, isn't it, on that photograph?
Right.
And this is obviously before the body was moved, right?
Yes.
And this is 56J, Your Honor.
G.
G, I'm sorry, 56G. And while we're up here, at 56G, the glove that you're able to see and this watch cap were under this kind of, this plant, basically. Is that correct?
Right.
The watch cap being more under the plant than the glove. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right. And so we see that. Now I want to borrow one of the people's exhibits. 6J. 55? Maybe see number 55, Jonathan.
Okay, equals 55.
Or actually, it's 55 or 50. 55.
Yes.
Yes. 55 is Detective Furman pointing at the hat and glove.
Okay, we'll start with 55, Your Honor. All right, now, in this photograph here, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And Detective Furman, who we now identified, is pointing under that same plant that was on 56G. 56G, Your Honor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that photograph, he's pointing where the watch cap is and where the glove supposedly is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's go now to 55. 59, rather. People's 59. Now, look, is that 59? Yes. In 59, does it look to you like the tennis shoes in a different position than it was in the one we just finished looking at, 55?
It's hard to tell from that angle.
You can't tell?
No.
Let's look at 59A. I don't think that was 59. What is this?
This is people's 50, not,
This is 59? All right. Look at those tennis shoes on 59. Now, I want you to look closely at 59. You see those white tennis shoes there?
I see one tennis shoe on the top of another one.
All right. Does it appear to be white to you?
From this distance, yes.
Is that, well, you saw it that night. It appear to be white to you? The
Well,
tennis shoe?
with the orange on, I mean the red or orange color.
The one, I want you to look at this one here. Do you see this appear to be white to you?
Yes.
Okay. And is that's the right tennis shoe you're seeing there?
I believe so.
And that appears to be the white, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there a 59A, Jonathan? I want you to take a look at 59A.
I need to take a
Oh, sorry. Now this, Your Honor, is 59A. You see 59A?
Yes.
You see that white tennis shoe on there?
Yes, sir.
See the distance between that photograph, between that tennis shoe and that envelope?
Yes.
In this photograph, 59A, do you see any one of the tennis shoes by a glove in this photograph?
Objection, Your Honor, it's a different perspective. You can't see anything.
I'm asking him, Your Honor, not her.
I see one of the tennis shoes underneath the plant.
And where is that?
It's to the left of the photograph, or to the right of the photograph in the middle.
All right, do you see, does it appear to be white, the part you can see?
Yes.
Doesn't appear to be orange at that point, does it?
No.
And again, if we were to compare that photograph that you're looking at there now on the monitor with 56J.
Is it G or J?
56G, Your Honor, I keep calling it J, it's 56G. You see, in 56G, the tennis shoe appears to be almost touching the glove, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, based upon Ms. Clark's questioning, sir, when you left the scene, you've already described for us that the bodies had not been moved, is that correct?
Right.
In fact, you can't even tell us whether or not the coroner had been called, could
No.
you? And you know,
That's irrelevant.
whether
he knows the coroner's been called.
you become very relevant.
Overruled. Answer stand.
Okay. You know from your experience that there's an obligation to call the coroner as soon as you arrive at the scene when they have dead bodies. You know that, don't you?
Objection, this is not the right witness.
Sustained. It's not relevant to this witness.
All right. Very well, Your Honor. At any rate, the bodies were still there when you left, is
Yes,
that right?
sir.
And with regard to your previous experience, you told us that in other crime scenes, where a body's going to be moved, you've had situations where the evidence has been picked up, the body's moved, the evidence was put right back or marked where it was before. Isn't that correct?
Right.
You know it's important, is it not, to get the evidence right where it was and not be moved all around the scene. Isn't that correct?
It's close.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
As close to where it was as you can.
That's right. You wouldn't want to move the evidence. Isn't that correct?
Right.
And in looking at these so-called striation marks, does it appear to you that Mr. Goldman's body was dragged across that envelope? Did you notice that on some of those pictures there's more dirt on the envelope than there were before the body was moved?
Objection, counsel testifying, since that's not
I'm
evidence.
asking him.
Sustained.
All right, let me ask this question.
Rephrase the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you look at the envelope that was on that, on the pictures? Let's just go up and pick a specific one. This is 56J. Now, you've seen 56J here?
Yes, sir.
And this is a photograph where the envelope has obviously been moved. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to 56J, now let me get another photograph if I can. Now, you looked at 56J, right?
Yes, sir.
And I want you to look now at the monitor again. Does it appear to you there's more dirt and debris on that envelope at the time you were there and prior to it being moved, Mr. Goldman's body being moved?
It's not really a clear picture of the envelope.
Well, look at the envelope. See if you can tell.
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has said it's not a clear enough picture.
So he's asked the witness to look at it more carefully.
Look at it more carefully and see if you see the same dirt that you see on 56J that you see on, what's the one on up there now, Your Honor?
This is, I think, 59.
59A.
Mr. Harris, can we focus that a little better?
It's the copy of the picture, it's a print.
All right.
This is 59.
Yes.
Can you tell?
I'm sorry, can we get a cover over that because I'm getting light reflection.
Can you tell from looking at 59 and compare that to 56H, that 59 seems to have less debris on it than 56J?
It really looks about the same to me, sir.
It looks about the same to you. Does it look to you from those striations you were talking about that Mr. Goldman's body was dragged across these particular exhibits and exhibits were not moved before his body was dragged across them?
Objection.
I can't tell from those striations.
Well, strike that. In Ms. Clark's questioning, was she seeking to infer through your testimony these items had been moved by the coroner?
I don't know what she was trying to infer.
You don't know what she was inferring? All right. Let's go back to basics. The evidence, as I described for you last week and today, was in fact moved from where you had seen it. Isn't that correct?
Sir.
And based upon your training, evidence should not be moved by anyone at the crime scene. Isn't that correct?
Unless it's necessary, right?
And unless it's necessary?
Right.
Can you think of any reasons why it would be necessary to move somebody's evidence?
Well, if you take photos before and you have to get the bodies out, and then you put it back and take photos again.
But you described for us that under the procedure you understood, you would then put it right back where it was. Isn't that correct?
Well, as close as you can.
Overruled.
Wouldn't you try to put the evidence, would you intentionally put evidence in a different location than it had been, officer?
No.
You wouldn't do that, would you?
No.
Isn't it important for a jury or a trier of fact to have the evidence exactly the way it was?
Asked and answered and argumentative.
Sustained.
One of the reasons that you put up the tape is so the evidence will not be interfered with and the integrity of the evidence is preserved. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
That's the whole reason for trying to preserve the scene, isn't it, sir?
That's correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the scene, you were shown these pictures. You were shown D1011. Shall I actually put up? And we've asked you earlier, you could not recognize this particular officer. Is that correct?
No.
But you have no doubt this is an LAPD officer.
I would assume from his uniform he is.
Similar to your uniform, right? Right?
Right.
All right. And in this particular photograph, we don't have the benefit of seeing whether the yellow marks are still up, do we?
No.
The yellow tape. But this officer's walking right up that walkway, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And whether this photograph was taken by American Journal, hard copy, or 60 Minutes, it's still a photograph of that scene, the crime scene at Bundy, walking up that walkway where you found these bodies, right?
It's a picture of the scene. I don't know if it's a picture of the crime scene.
Well, is that Bundy?
Yes.
All right. Is that part of the crime scene?
If the crime scene was still in effect at that time.
All right. Well, there's still a police officer there, is that correct?
Right.
And the police stayed around there for a while that day, is that correct?
Right.
You had left at 7:15 and you never came back, did you? On that date?
Not when it was still a crime scene, no.
Right. And by the time, and at some point when you came back, that scene had been washed down. All the blood had been washed away, is that correct?
Right.
You can tell from this picture, D1011, that the blood had not been washed away yet, isn't that correct?
Right.
Now, you described for us how it would be good to try and preserve the evidence and various things because as the first officer on the scene, you just want to kind of preserve things till the detectives who were basically more experienced arrived. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And wouldn't it be helpful, though, if regard to this melting ice cream, if you had a picture of that ice cream and the condition it was in when you were there?
I thought we speculated.
No?
I think we've gone over
Well,
this.
she asked, I don't want to argue that. I would
You've
ask
got-
leave. I know, but not this question, Your Honor. I'd ask leave to ask this question. Ask leave, Your Honor. Did she ask a question with regard to this, and I think I should admit it to
Yeah, but I think I stopped both of you because we've gone through. We know there are no photographs, correct?
I don't know.
You didn't see any photographs taken. Next question.
All right. You were asked the condition of the ice cream by Miss Clark about the mass and it was melting on the sides. Remember those questions?
Right.
Wouldn't the best evidence of the condition of that ice cream be a photograph of how it appeared when you saw it at 12:35 a.m. on June 13th, 1994?
Your Honor, that causes
Sustain.
speculation.
Sustain.
Now, with regard to your going inside the premises, sir, and using the phone, so that we're clear, you could have in fact called your superior, Sergeant Rossi, on your rover, right?
Sure.
Some of the officers at the scene also had cellular telephones, did they not?
Not till later, no.
At some point they did, but you don't know they had them at that point?
I found out later Sergeant Kuhn had one, and then detectives, when they showed up, had one.
Detective Phillips had one also, right?
Right.
But so that you wouldn't alert the press, you went inside and you used Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's phone, is that correct?
Not just for that reason, no.
I mean, but you used that phone.
Right.
And you didn't have any gloves on when you used the phone, did you?
No.
And with regard to prints on that phone, you use your prints on that phone, right? Were you seeking to preserve prints when you dialed the phone?
I really wasn't even thinking about prints when I picked up the phone.
You weren't thinking about it at the time, right? Okay. And with regard to the redial button, if any, on that phone,
Objection, Your Honor, this witness has already testified he does.
Sustain.
with regard to the star 69 feature on that phone, if any,
Sustain.
did you see on that phone an automatic dialer to the left of the phone that had dad and other numbers right to the left of that phone as you sat there and started to dial?
Objection,
I
Your
don't
Honor.
recall.
That would be very relevant.
Overruled.
I don't recall.
You don't recall seeing an automatic dialer?
I really don't recall.
You don't recall? Did you ever see any pictures taken of the phone?
No.
Never?
No.
Now, with regard to the media and their ability to plug into the frequency, don't you have different frequencies with the police department that you could use a different frequency where they couldn't monitor it?
We have TAC channels, but
Couldn't you have used that to contact the...
I don't know if they can be monitored or not. I don't know if a TAC channel can be monitored or not.
Well, the TAC channel,
Right.
is that what you call it, TAC channel?
Right.
And you didn't use the TAC channel, though?
No, I didn't.
Miss Clark showed you a log involving detectives Furman and Phillips. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In looking at that log, were you ever able to see whether or not they logged out to go over to Rockingham?
I didn't look at the entire log. I don't know.
All right, let me ask. May I get the shot?
Why don't we We save that for the officer who was maintaining the log.
Okay, Your Honor. I'll do that, Your Honor. Thank you very kindly. Just take a second.
Sure.
I'd like to ask this officer one other question, if I can.
Certainly.
When you, with regard to the log at a scene, when you leave the scene, is it incumbent upon the officer to go to the person keeping the log and say, I'm leaving, check me out, and when I come back, log me back in?
Yes.
That's the officer's responsibility, right? Right?
Yeah, yes.
All right. In speaking about the integrity of the evidence, Officer Risky, would you agree that if a body was dragged over key items of evidence in this case, there'd be a greater chance for contamination of that evidence than if the evidence had been lifted up or moved?
Speculation.
No.
Sustained. With this witness, counsel, you can ask that question of the investigating officer, the detective at the scene.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll wait and I'll do that. But, by the way, Officer Risky, you were asking questions about footprints in the area where that picture where Detective Furman had his foot and was pointing toward the so-called
Right.
evidence. Have you ever seen a situation where a plaster of Paris casts are used to determine footprints? You ever
No,
seen
I
that?
haven't.
Your experience, your 4 years, you hadn't seen that yet?
No.
And so that we're clear, as the first officer on the scene, Officer Risky, you were there to make observations and basically try to preserve the scene until the detectives... Yes,
Yes.
if we can. Preserve the scene until the investigators arrived. Is that right?
Right.
Have you, in your experience, seen or been trained that the best evidence of preserving evidence at a scene is the use of a videotape that would cover and show us everything in perspective? Have you been so instructed?
Overruled. Question is, has he been so instructed?
Been so instructed?
No.
The crime scenes in which you have participated in the last 4 years, have you seen the LAPD use the videotape or video camera?
No, I haven't.
At no time?
No.
You never went to the Rockingham scene on this date, did you?
No, I
Until
didn't.
late. All right. Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Ms. Clarkson? And I assume we have our next witness on his or her way. All right, Peoples 57.
Okay. This photograph, People's 57. You see the logo American Journal at the lower right-hand corner.
Yes.
You see the officer at the scene, at this, walking on this walkway, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does it appear to be broad daylight?
Yes, it does.
And the fact that an officer is still at the scene, does that mean that the crime scene is still intact?
No.
Have officers been Has it, in your experience, occurred that officers have been at a scene where the crime scene tape is taken down and the crime scene is released?
Yes.
And especially at that particular scene, I think you indicated earlier on cross-examination, sir, that you went to Rockingham to assist in the traffic control at Rockingham?
But that was around midnight.
At Rockingham?
Right.
At midnight on June the
Right.
13th?
Right.
Why were you still working traffic control there at midnight?
Overruled.
Because the news media had set up around Mr. Simpson's house, and the neighbors complained about noise and traffic congestion.
And so what about at Bundy? Was there traffic control being coordinated at Bundy as well?
We had Bundy shut down for a time,
The whole street shut down?
from Dorothy to Gorham.
And was that while you were there?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, was traffic control maintained there for some time after that?
I'll speculate he left at 7:15.
She asked to his knowledge if he knows.
We opened it up before I left.
Okay. And then what about media control, though, and crowd control? Was that still something being done at Bundy?
There was no media or crowd when I left. I don't know.
That's it's 7:15.
Right.
Were you there later in the day?
Again, it'd be between 11:15 and midnight.
In Bundy?
Right.
Okay. And what did you see at Bundy at 11:15 or midnight on June the 13th?
Just people standing on the sidewalk taking pictures that said, free OJ or
Signs and stuff?
onlookers.
So there were still people crowding around Bundy at midnight on June the 13th?
That's correct.
Overruled.
Good enough. You were shown the photographs of Detective Furman pointing to evidence, and then other photographs. Then you were shown photograph 56G.
Right.
Did those photographs, sir, appear to be taken from different perspectives?
Yes, I did.
Overruled.
Now, Mr. Goldman is shown part of him in People's 56D. Does that appear to be blood on his jeans?
Yes, it does.
Did he appear to be fairly bloody, sir?
Yes.
And what about the boot shown in People's 56G? Do you see a part of the boot in that is still white?
Yes, I do.
And the red part, does that appear to be blood, sir?
Appears to be blood and dirt.
You recall the position in which Mr. Goldman's body was wedged around the stump up against the gate?
Sustained. Sustained. Sustained.
All right, can we cut the feed, Your Honor?
Yes. Please.
People's?
People's 59.
People's 59, Your Honor?
All right.
You see the position of Mr. Goldman shown in People's 59, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is that the way you found him, sir?
Yes, it is.
How big did he appear to be to you?
5'10", 5'11".
About 180 pounds?
Possibly 190. I don't know.
Have you ever tried to lift? And you testified this was a small area where you found him, right?
Right.
Have you ever tried to lift a 180-pound, 5'11" dead person from a small area like that?
Overruled.
Not from a small area like that, but I have lifted a 5'11" dead person.
About 180, 190 pounds?
I really don't remember the weight.
Pretty hard to do,
Yes.
especially in a small area like that.
Right.
Do you know that, did you know that one of the coroner's investigators that removed the body was a woman?
I don't know.
Just a moment, I object.
Sustained.
Wasn't even there.
Sustained. Dangerous territory.
Okay. Sir, are you acquainted with a man by the name of Lieutenant Spangler?
Yes.
Did you see him at the Bundy scene that night?
Yes, I did.
And when the four detectives left to go to Rockingham to notify the defendant, was Lieutenant Spangler at the scene?
Perform that question. That's part of that question. Objection.
Overruled.
Was he at the scene before they left, or?
At the time that they left, was Lieutenant Spangler at the scene, if you know?
I didn't see him leave. I don't know. I saw him before. They had talked about leaving. I didn't see him leave. I don't know if he was still there or not.
You don't know if Lieutenant Spangler was still there when the detectives left or not?
No, I don't.
But you did see him at the scene before they left?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Cochran?
Just three questions, Judge. Do you know how many cars went to Rockingham?
No, I don't.
And with regard to that photograph of Mr. Goldman where you saw that he was covered with blood, you would expect also that his assailant would also be covered with blood, would you not?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
He can answer that. If he can talk about that, he can talk about this, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, Officer Risky, you are now excused. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody other than the lawyers from the case. And I'm going to excuse you for today. You may be recalled, however. All right, thank you, sir. All right, people, next witness. Certainly. How about if we get the witness on his or her way, though? All right, Sergeant Rossi, would you come over here, stand by the court reporter, please? Ms. Robertson.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
D-A-V-I-D-R-O-S-S-I.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, sir. Sergeant Rossi, can you please tell us what you do for a living?
I am a sergeant with the Los Angeles Police Department, presently assigned to West Los Angeles Division.
And how long have you been at that assignment?
I have worked West Los Angeles for just about 5 years.
How long have you been a police officer?
It'll be 26 years in May, this coming May.
26. How long have you been a sergeant, sir?
I made sergeant in November of 1979, so I think that makes it pretty close to 15 years.
You said you are currently assigned as a watch commander?
I'm currently assigned as the morning assistant watch commander. We refer to that as an AWC. My duties are the same as a lieutenant watch commander when the lieutenant is off. And when he's on, and if we're both working, if I'm not off, then I assist him or her.
What do you do? What does a watch commander do?
Watch commander oversees the activities of all of the police officers and field sergeants on the watch or shift. The watch commander approves all bookings of the police officers. Occasionally I'll approve bookings for the California Highway Patrol officers that use our facility. I review and approve all arrest reports and crime reports. And in addition to handling usually a mountain of unrelated administrative paperwork, I respond to the field for various reasons.
Now, under what conditions would you respond to the field?
I'll go out in the field if an officer or a sergeant requests my presence on a particular situation, and then there are some incidences that occur that the department mandates that I respond to, and generally violent crimes, and of course any kind of homicide I have to respond to.
In any kind of homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you supposed to do? What are your duties with respect to, for example, a homicide scene that you respond to?
My job is to go out to the scene and to ensure that the scene is properly secured and any obvious evidence is protected until the investigators get there. Prior to leaving to go out in the field, there are certain notifications that I have to make to the detectives and to my command staff.
And why is that? Why do you have to make those notifications before you leave the station to your command staff and officers?
And to detectives?
Yeah, and to detectives.
Well, I generally will make the notifications to detectives first because I need to get them rolling. They are the officers that will ultimately handle the investigation. And then I will go ahead and make the various command staff notifications, because our command staff needs to know what's going on, especially with the homicide cases.
Okay. And by command staff, you mean the people above you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, directing your attention, sir, to the date of June the 12th, 1994, as of that date, were you assigned as the assistant watch commander at the West LA station?
Yes, I was on morning watch.
Do you recall getting a call from Officer Robert Risky?
Yes, actually, I was assigned as the watch commander that night because the lieutenant was off, so I was sitting in as the watch commander. Yes, I did receive a call from Officer Risky.
Remember what time it was that you got that call from him?
I believe it was somewhere around 12:30, 12:35 in the morning.
Sir, is your memory fresh with regard to what time you got the call from Officer Risky?
It's not real fresh, no. I haven't looked at anything since then. However, it seems like it was something after midnight.
Shortly after midnight?
Yes.
Excuse me, Laura. Sir, would refresh your recollection if I showed you a copy of the crime scene log as to what time you were called?
Objection, Your Honor. He hasn't said it's a recollection of that possible.
He, I think, what his last answer exactly was.
No,
Yeah,
his last
okay.
answer, he says shortly after midnight, yes. First call. Crime scene log is when they got there.
He also testified, Your Honor, that he thought it was around 12:30. And then, so I have his answers right back, Your Honor?
No, I've just read them myself.
Ah. And I asked him if his memory was fresh with respect to when he got the call, and he said it's not real fresh, no.
All right, proceed.
I haven't looked at anything since then. Would it assist you to refresh your recollection, sir, if I were to show you the crime scene log?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. You're familiar with how these are prepared, are you not, sir?
Yes, I am.
Showing you the log with the entry of Officer Risky for his time of arrival.
It shows Officer Risky arrived.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sergeant, would you just read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection?
Yes, somewhat, yes.
And having seen that crime scene log, sir, your memory somewhat refreshed as to when you got the call from Officer Risky.
Yes.
And what is your estimate of the time you got that call, sir?
Around 12:00:25, 25 minutes after 12.
Your Honor, I object. Reading from a piece of paper.
Just will you take that away, please, Ms. Clark?
It doesn't appear that he's doing that at all, as a matter of fact, when he testified. Let me point something out to you, sir. Do you see the time of arrival
Yes,
for Officer Risky there?
20 minutes after 12.
And that helps you, sir, to assist, to refresh your memory as to when you got the call.
Objection leading, sustained.
It's foundational, he's already said that.
Sustained. You can ask it in a non-leading way.
How does that refresh your recollection with respect to when you got the call from him?
Well, I'm just, I'm figuring if Officer Risky arrived at 20 minutes after 12, he phoned me shortly thereafter.
Thank you. And what did Officer Risky give you some information with respect to what he was there, he was at the scene for?
Officer Risky told me that he was on the scene of a double homicide.
And did he give you a location?
Yes, he gave me the address,
And what was that?
875 South Bundy.
And did he tell you, and did he give you any information about the scene as he found it at that time?
He told me that there was a female and a male victim outside of the location. He told me it was a condominium. And he told me that the door was open to the condominium, the front door. And he said he had not cleared the house yet, and he didn't know what he had in the house.
What does that mean, had not cleared the house yet?
That means that it's unknown what has taken place, if anything, inside the house, that there may be other victims in the house because this was such a violent crime, or suspects. And so it was imperative that he go through the house and make sure that everything was okay in that respect.
And did you give him some instructions, sir?
Yes, I did. I told him to. First, I asked him if he had requested a supervisor, and he said that he had. And then I told him, okay, go ahead and check the house and make sure that there are no more victims, and tell the responding supervisor to call me back as soon as he could.
Did you get another call then from someone at the scene?
Yes, shortly thereafter, I received a telephone call from Sergeant Marty Kuhn.
And did he give you some information as well?
He told me that he had received information from Officer Risky that they had cleared the house, that they had found 2 young children in the house, and that he had a unit en route to the location to take the children into protective custody and transport them to West Los Angeles Division.
This be a good time.
Ms. Clark?
Yes. I'm assuming the court wants to take a noon break. I'm going to move into a different area at this point.
All
You
right.
want me-
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't let anybody contact or communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations on the matter till it has been submitted to you. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Sergeant Rossi, you may step down. You're ordered to be returned here at 1:30. All right, we'll stand in recess, 1:30. On the record in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. All right, counsel, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us? All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jury, please. All right, Sergeant Rossi, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Records reflect we've been joined by all the members of our jury. Ms. Clark, you may continue your direct examination.
Good afternoon. I think where we left off, sir, you indicated that you got a call from Sergeant Marty Kuhn who told you about a double homicide?
Yes, I did.
And did he indicate anything else to you about the nature of that case?
He confirmed what Officer Risky had said about a male and a female victim. And he had told me, he told me at that point that the house had been cleared and that there were no more victims in the house.
Okay. Did he indicate anything to you with respect to what the possible identity of one of the victims might be?
He told me that he was pretty sure that the female victim was Nicole Simpson.
But did he know for sure at that point?
He didn't know for sure. He thought there was a pretty good chance that's who it was. He was told by one of the officers, I don't know who it was, that Nicole Simpson did live at that location.
Was there any indication as to the possible identity of the male victim?
No.
Did you give him some instruction at that point?
I asked him if the crime scene had been secured, and he indicated that it had. And I told him that I would respond from the police station as soon as I could, that I had notifications to make, telephonic notifications.
And did you make those notifications?
Yes, I did.
Who did you notify?
I made 6 telephonic notifications to detectives and my command staff. The first telephone call I made was to Detective Frank Spangler, who is the commanding officer of West Los Angeles Detectives.
The lieutenant?
Lieutenant, yes, ma'am. There was no one home there, however, I did get an answering machine, and I left a message on the machine.
Okay. Now, is he of higher rank than the detectives?
Yes, he is.
And who else did you call?
I then called Detective Ron Phillips. He was home, and I told him what we had and the location. And he indicated to me that he would be responding very shortly thereafter, and that he would pick up or at least meet Detective Mark Furman, that I did not have to call him.
Okay. And who else did you call?
I then called West LA Area Commanding Officer Bob Kurth.
And what's his rank?
Captain.
Okay. Is that above a lieutenant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Who else did you call?
I then notified Deputy Chief Ron Frankel, who is the commanding officer of Operations West Bureau.
And is he above or below Captain Kurth?
He is
in terms
above
of rank?
He is above Captain Kurth.
And who else did you call?
And then I phoned the assistant commanding officer of Operations West Bureau, who is Commander Bushy, who is just under Deputy Chief Frankel.
Okay. Now, Deputy Chief Ron Frankel and Commander Bushy then both outrank Lieutenant Spangler,
That's correct.
and then obviously they outrank all the detectives as well.
Yes, I do.
And who else did you call?
The last phone call I made was to the West LA Patrol Captain, Constant Dial.
Connie?
Connie Dial, yes.
Is it common to make all those notifications whenever you get a homicide?
It's common to make the notifications to the detectives and to the command staff of the West LA, of your area and division. As far as the Operations West Bureau command staff, Deputy Chief Frankel and Bushy, I was told to make those notifications by Captain Kurth.
Why?
Because of the possible notoriety of this particular incident.
And after you made those notifications, what did you do?
I then was informed by my desk officer that there had been some witnesses from the location transported to West Los Angeles Police Station, and that the two children had arrived. I was told that the witnesses, other than the children, were upstairs and detectives, and that there was an officer with them, and I was informed that the two children were in our conference room. So I went over and I looked in the conference room, and I saw the two children in there with one of my officers, and I made sure that they were okay. I didn't speak with them at that time, but they seemed to be okay.
And then you left?
Yes, then I informed the desk that I was going to be en route to the location on Bundy, and we checked out a police car, and I was driven to the location by a sergeant that had been in the station with me by the name of Sergeant Kurt Hussey.
How do you spell this?
Hussey.
What time was it when you got to the scene at 875 South Bundy, sir?
I believe I arrived at the scene very close to 0130 hours, 1:30 in the morning, between, I think it was right about 1:30, yes.
And where did you park?
The police vehicle that I was in was parked at the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy. I exited the vehicle and I was approached by Sergeant Marty Kuhn and Officer Risky.
And they approached you on foot?
Yes, they did.
Where?
Beg your pardon?
Where was that? That they
was,
approached you?
That was right there at the intersection, close to the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy.
Okay. What was the first thing you did when you got there?
The first thing I did was take a look at the front of the crime scene area to make sure that it was secured, and I saw that the police vehicle was parked at Dorothy and Bundy. I saw a police vehicle was parked at Gorham and Bundy, so as to not allow any type of vehicular or pedestrian traffic to come through those areas. I asked Sergeant Marty Kuhn if the back had been secured, and he said yes, it was secured the same way the front was at the alleyway, again at Dorothy and north to Gorham. I saw that the front had been also secured by yellow police banner tape, and that appeared to be proper to me. I asked him if there was any in the rear, and he indicated that there was, blocking off the thoroughfare of the alleyway. At that point, I made a determination that the crime scene was properly secured, and I asked Sergeant Kuhn and Officer Risky to escort me up to where they had indicated that the victims were.
Now, is that part of your duty, sir, when you respond to a homicide scene, to make sure that the crime scene is properly secured, the tape where it needs to be?
Yes, that's my primary duty.
And in that connection, sir, is it your duty also to make sure that the perimeter, that is where the crime scene tape is put up, is in the proper location?
That's correct.
What's important about that?
The fact that we are able to keep that crime scene as secure as possible until detectives get there.
Is it important that you make sure that a certain area around the crime scene itself is cordoned off?
That's correct. That's what we did. We cordoned off the entire crime scene.
Was the traffic on Bundy blocked?
Yes, it was.
Did you happen to notice any animals when you got there?
Yes, when I first arrived, there was a male Caucasian holding a white Akita on a leash, and he and the dog were right there at the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy.
Okay. From P40, Your Honor.
P40A.
Thank you. Okay, are you able to see that?
Yes, I am.
And do you recognize the dog shown in this photograph, sir?
Yes, that appears to be the dog that was there when I arrived.
At 875 South Bundy? He was at the intersection
That's correct.
of Bundy and Dorothy? Is that yes?
Yes, that's correct.
P51, Your Honor.
You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, that's the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy.
And you see the yellow tape that goes across, I guess, is it Bundy that is going across there?
That's correct, going across Bundy.
And is that the crime scene tape as you found it when you came to the scene at approximately 1:30 a.m.?
Yes.
P46. You should cut the feed for this photo.
Do you recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, I do.
And is that, can you tell us what that is?
That's the police banner tape stretching out in front of the Bundy location.
And is that how you found it when you arrived at the scene at 1:30 a.m.?
Yes, that's how it was.
Next.
P38, Your Honor.
Do you recognize what's shown in this photograph, sir?
That appears to be the rear of the condominium, the alleyway.
And you see the crime scene tape in this photograph,
Yes, I do.
both in the foreground and in the background there?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us if that's the manner in which you saw it taped off when you arrived at 1:30 a.m.?
Yes, that's how it was.
All right, now when you, after you met with the sergeant and with Officer Risky, what happened next? What did you do?
After I was convinced that the area was sealed properly, I then asked them to escort me up to the location so I could view the victims.
Yes, Your Honor, if you could cut the feed.
Yes. P42, Your Honor.
No, back up.
This is P43B.
Do you recognize what's shown now, sir?
Yes, I do. That appears to be the walkway leading up to the front of the house.
And does it appear to be in the manner that you found it
Yes, it is.
at approximately 1:30 a.m.?
That's correct.
How is it that you approached up to the area of the mailbox?
The area of the what?
The mailbox in that photograph, if you can see. How did you do that?
I walked up the grassy part of the front, just to the left of where the victims are, and just to the left of where that box is.
Okay.
I walked up to the gate.
Can you look at your monitor, sir?
Pardon? Yeah.
You see the red arrow?
Yes.
Can you tell us where to put the red arrow that shows the pathway you took?
A little farther over to the left. A little farther over.
Okay.
Probably right around there.
All right. And then walked upward from
That's
there?
correct, yes.
And is that tracing your path?
Yes, it is.
And you took that path all the way up to?
Just about as far as I could go, which there was a fence there.
Up to that mailbox then, or where that actual call box is?
That call box, yes, ma'am.
How do you trace it up to the call box?
There's to be no photography of any of these crime scenes where the victims depicted. Thank you.
And place the arrow by the call box? Great. And from that, shall we mark this and print it as, what's the original?
43B1.
43B1. This is getting complicated.
I'm actually put the witnesses' initials on the photo. We're going to have to sort these all out later on.
Yes.
Yes. That's fine.
All right, would you put a DR up in the upper left-hand corner, please?
Thank you. Now, from that location, sir, was Officer Risky with you?
Yes, he was.
And did he have a flashlight with him?
Yes, he did.
And did he point certain things out to you?
Yes, he did.
All right. What were you, can we cut this now?
Just a moment.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, the markings are not showing up on the print frame for the printer.
As long as we have a moment, maybe we put 43B1 right on the lower corner.
We're going to put it on the back of the photograph. Apparently it will not print the markings with the markings on it. Why is that?
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm not sure. The markings are not showing up on the actual photo print check monitor. I will check the actual print, which I just printed at this point in time.
All right, if necessary, we can have the witness actually draw on the photograph. Do you have a black marker,
Yes, Your Honor.
if necessary? Mr. Fairtlow, will a black marker write on one of those printouts?
This particular one will, Your Honor. It's a Sharpie type that will actually mark on the photograph.
Great, thank you.
May I proceed?
You may. Ms.
Now, I'm sorry. What were you able to see when the flashlight was shined on the victims?
I saw a female victim lying in a pool of blood. She appeared to be wearing a black dress.
What else could you see?
On the other side of her, I saw the male victim, and it appeared to me that the male victim was not completely lying down. He appeared to be in a semi-seating, slumped type of a position.
Yes.
Please.
And do you recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, I do.
And is that the male victim you just described?
Yes, it is.
And is that the position in which you saw him?
That's correct, yes.
All right, which exhibit is this?
This is 43A. B.
43B.
Key 59, again, each of the officers.
All right.
And can you see anything else that was visible to you at approximately 1:30 a.m. on June the 13th?
I remember seeing a white envelope, or at least a light-colored envelope, and a dark knit cap, and I saw a black glove.
I'm sorry?
I saw a black glove.
Glove?
Yes.
Did it appear to be leather?
Yes, it did.
Can you give me a close-up of that?
Your Honor, P 56H.
56H.
P 55.
All right, P55.
People's next in order, Your Honor. P60?
All right, People 60.
Thank you. Do you see what's being pointed to in that photograph, sir?
Yes, I can.
Do you recall seeing that at 1:30 a.m. on the early morning hours of June the 13th?
Yes, I do.
Is that the glove you just described
Yes, yes, it is.
and the cap you just described?
Pardon?
And the cap?
Yes, the cap also, yes.
Again, the feed will need to be cut for these images. P43C.
Cut the feed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Back up.
43B.
Okay, showing you these photographs here, sir, 43B and C. You were able to see them?
Yes, I am.
All right. You see the walkway?
Yes.
And that walkway, is that the walkway that goes from the sidewalk to the front steps of the condominium at 875 South Bundy?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall seeing it in that condition?
Yes, I do.
Did you look at it as when you first arrived at the location?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what you saw?
There was a lot of blood there, and in with the blood there was a lot of dog paws.
Dog paws?
Prints.
Paw prints?
Yes.
Did you see any shoe prints on that walkway?
No, I didn't.
Cut, cut. Thank you. After you made the observations that you've just described to us, sir, what did you do next?
I then asked Sergeant Marty Kuhn and Officer Risky to escort me around to the rear of the location so I could preview that. And they did. We walked on the sidewalk, on the Bundy sidewalk. We walked southbound to Dorothy, and then we walked westbound Dorothy to the alleyway.
As you walked southbound on Bundy towards Dorothy, did you notice anything unusual on the sidewalk?
Again, there were a lot of dog paw prints going in that direction.
Bloody paw prints?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was going south on Bundy around to Dorothy?
That's correct. They continued on westbound on Dorothy for probably halfway between Bundy and the alleyway where they faded out.
See any bloody shoe prints going southbound on Bundy?
No, I didn't.
And where did you say that the bloody paw prints faded out?
About halfway between the alleyway and the Bundy sidewalk.
On Dorothy?
On Dorothy, on the sidewalk of Dorothy, yes.
Where did you go when you went westbound on Dorothy?
To the alleyway, and we made a right-hand turn and proceeded to walk northbound in the alleyway to the rear of 875 Bundy.
This is P48H.
When you got to the rear driveway, sir, was something pointed out to you?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a Jeep parked in the driveway. I observed a white-colored sports car in the open garage. And as I rounded the Jeep, went to the north side of the Jeep, I was shown some change on the ground, and there was also some droplets of blood.
And looking at the photographs, photograph now up, can you tell us if you, can we get a close-up of the blood drop? Okay. And does that, looking at those photographs, or does that appear to be the blood drop and the change that you've just described seeing in the rear driveway?
That appears to be, yes.
All right, what photos were those, Ms. Clark?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'll go through this again. The change is P48,
And that's P48?
P48J and K, and then blood drop is P48I, which is the correct code.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Now, was there a rear gate that you approached in that location, sir?
Yes, there was.
And did you go through that rear gate?
The gate was open, and Officer Risky and I walked down that pathway that borders the north side of the condominium.
This is P53A, P53B, P53C, P53D, P53E, and P53F.
Okay. Go back to
P53E.
Thanks. Seen those photographs, sir?
Yes,
First of all, the location shown in these photographs, this last series you've been shown, is that the rear gate you've described?
that appears to be the rear gate, yes.
And do you recall seeing blood on the gate at the lower rung where it was shown in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Now, you went through that rear gate that's shown here,
Yes,
and from this vantage point shown in this photograph, you're standing outside the rear gate.
that's correct.
Okay, you went through that gate with Officer Risky,
Yes, I did.
and where did you walk?
We walked approximately halfway towards the front of the condominium, at which time I observed some what appeared to be bloody shoe sole prints on the ground, on the concrete.
So, and which direction were those shoe prints going, sir?
They were going towards the rear of the condominium.
Going from, in a direction that would be from where the victims lay out towards the rear gate?
That's correct.
And you didn't see any of those until you got halfway down?
That's right.
So they faded out halfway away from the victims?
Yes, I did.
When you saw those bloody shoe prints, what did you do next?
I stopped and informed Officer Risky that I didn't want to go any farther. And we turned around and walked back out to the rear of the complex.
Now, when you did that, did you take care to avoid the blood that you saw in the driveway and the change?
Oral.
Absolutely.
And then where did you go?
We then returned to the front of the condo on Bundy.
When you got to the front of the condo on Bundy, what did you see? Did you see that dog, by the way?
Yes, I saw the dog.
Where was it when you came back
When
out?
I came back out, it had been secured by its leash to a pole on the other side of the street.
And then did you stay out in front of the condominium or in the intersection?
I remained out there until the detectives arrived, that's correct.
And where's out there exactly?
In the street, close to the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy. In Bundy, actually, though. On Bundy, yes.
Now, were there officers guarding the crime scene tape, preventing people from coming in,
Yes, there were.
in front and in the rear?
Front and rear. Yes.
And which detectives arrived first?
Detective Ron Phillips and Mark Furman arrived first.
Were they together?
Yes, they were.
Where did you first make contact with them?
They walked over to me where I was standing on Bundy.
And were they on foot?
They had parked their vehicle on Dorothy, and they had walked over to me on foot, yes.
And where on Dorothy was that? Was that east or west of the intersection with Bundy,
Where was what?
where they parked?
Where they parked? They parked their vehicle heading eastbound on Dorothy, just east of Bundy.
So it'd be east of the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy.
That's correct.
And you met them out there in the street?
Yes.
Did you talk to them?
Yes, I did.
What'd you tell them?
I told them what we had there in regard to the two victims, and I told them that we had the crime scene secured, and that the only people, after I had responded, after I had arrived, the only people that were inside the banner tape were myself and Officer Risky and Sergeant Marty Kuhn. And I told him that we had gone around to the back after we had viewed the victims, and I told him what I had observed in the rear of the location, and I had mentioned also the dog paw prints that I had seen on Bundy and on Dorothy.
Now, you had officers that were securing the crime scene, making sure people don't go inside the tape, right?
That's correct.
Was that all they were doing? Were there officers out doing other things as well?
I had at least two officers, and Sergeant Marty Kuhn told me this because I asked him if anybody was checking the neighborhood for possible witnesses, and he told me that he had, as I recall, at least one team. There were two officers doing that, going from door to door and inquiring as to if there were any witnesses and taking information down on field interview cards.
All right, and after you spoke to Detective Phillips and Detective Furman, told them what you'd seen and what you had there, what happened next?
We then walked towards the victim, taking the same route that I had taken when I had first observed them, up the left side of the female victim in the grassy area of the front of the condominium. However, at this point, I decided to remain on the sidewalk because there were more people now and there was no reason for me to proceed. I allowed Sergeant Marty Kuhn and Officer Risky to point out the victims to the two detectives, and I remained on the sidewalk in front.
Now, when they walked up to look at the victims, what route did they take?
They took the same route that I had earlier.
You mean by walking on the grass and on the bushes?
That's correct.
Did anyone walk up that walkway while you were there?
Do you mean the walkway in front of the...
In front, right.
No.
The walkway leading from the sidewalk to the front steps to the body of Nicole Simpson. Did you see anyone walk on that walkway?
No one walked on that walkway while I was there.
All right, now, so you saw Detective Phillips and Furman and Officer Risky showing them the crime scene out in front of the condominium, the bodies of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman.
Yes.
What happened next?
They then walked back down to where I was standing on the sidewalk, and they wanted to go around to the rear. So again, we proceeded in the same route that I had taken, southbound on Bundy and then westbound on the sidewalk of Dorothy.
And who took that route around to the back of the condominium, southbound on Bundy and west on Dorothy?
It was myself, it was the two detectives, and Sergeant Marty Kuhn and Officer Risky.
You all walked together?
Pretty much so, yes.
Where did you go?
What route again? Southbound on the Bundy sidewalk to the westbound Dorothy sidewalk.
And did you go up that alley again?
And then again up the same route in the alley, yes. Mhm.
And did you all go back to that rear driveway area?
Yes, we did.
And was the evidence of the loose change and the blood drops pointed out again?
Yes.
See anybody step in any of that?
No.
Then what happened?
Then I told Detective Phillips that I had observed some shoe prints in the walkway, and he asked me to walk him up there through that area and show him, which I did.
So you took Detective Phillips through that rear gate and down the walkway again?
Yes, I did.
And you took him up to the bloody shoe prints that you saw?
That's correct.
And then stopped?
And then stopped, yes.
What happened to Detective Furman and Officer Risky?
They remained at the rear of the complex, around the alleyway, around the garage.
And was there anybody else back there with them?
There was Officer Terrazas, who was on a fixed post there for security.
And what about Sergeant Marty Kuhn?
Yes.
Where was he?
Yes, he was there also. And
In the rear?
In the rear. So was Officer Risky.
So all four of them stayed back there while you took Detective Phillips halfway down the walkway?
Yes.
And when you got up to the point of the last bloody shoe prints on the path, you did what?
I pointed them out to Detective Phillips, and then we returned to the back of the condominium.
Okay, and then what happened?
I remember Detective Phillips making a phone call or two on his cellular phone. I believe he called robbery homicide. But a short while later, we went ahead and, well, correction, let me back up a second. They being the two detectives and Officer Risky, were talking about the inside of the house. And the two detectives had not been inside yet, and Risky had earlier. So they asked Risky to walk them through the inside of the location.
Okay.
And they did, and I remained out in the behind.
Okay, so how did he take the detectives into the condominium?
Through the garage.
Now, why was it important for these detectives to see the inside of the condominium?
Because it's an extension of the crime scene.
Or could be?
Or could be, yes.
And at that point, were Detective Phillips and Furman in charge of this case?
Yes, they were.
So, are you familiar with the duties of a detective in charge of a homicide case?
Basically, I've never been a detective, but I've been on many of these crime scenes.
So is it their job to examine all of the evidence and examine all of the crime scene to see what there is there?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is their duty with respect to the examination of evidence at the crime scene?
They have to tour as much of the crime scene as they possibly can to get an overview of the entire situation.
So Officer Risky took Detective Phillips and Furman into the condominium?
That's correct.
Where did you go?
I stayed in the alleyway.
At the rear of the condominium?
Yes, at the rear.
And at some point, did you see them come back out
Yes, I did.
all together?
All together.
And how did they exit?
The same way they went in, through the rear.
Through the garage?
Through the garage, yes.
Now, while you were staying out there, before they came back out, did you happen to notice any cars? You noticed the Jeep in the driveway, I think you indicated?
Yes.
Did you notice whether any of the doors seemed to be open?
I remember seeing the passenger door, the front passenger door of the Jeep ajar.
Was it standing open? I mean, wide open?
No, it wasn't wide open. It was maybe 3 inches.
Now, after Detective Phillips and Furman and Officer Risky all came out of the condominium through the garage, what happened next?
At that point, that's when I had a conversation with Detective Phillips. I told him that when I had spoke to Deputy Chief Frankel, Chief Frankel informed me that if it was determined that the victim was in fact Nicole Brown Simpson, that he wanted Detective Phillips to notify a robbery homicide.
And so did Detective Phillips make that call?
Yes, he did. I remember him talking to robbery homicide on his cellular phone.
Now, you indicated that you had left a message for Lieutenant Spangler.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and he's higher ranking than the detectives, right?
That's correct.
And did you see him arrive at some point?
While we were still at the rear of the location, Lieutenant Spangler walked up. He came from the Dorothy sidewalk and was walking northbound in the alleyway towards us. And he walked up to the two detectives, and they engaged in conversation. At that point, Detective Phillips gave Lieutenant Spangler a rundown of what we had seen and what we had been doing.
And did Lieutenant Spangler then walk down the walkway and look at the bloody shoe prints or
Oh, no.
approach the bodies of the victims?
No, he didn't do that.
Why not?
I think he accepted the explanation from both the detectives, and
I don't believe this was speculate, but was in the
Sustained.
mind of the lieutenant.
Sustained.
After Lieutenant Spangler made contact with you all in the rear of the condominium, what did you do?
shortly thereafter we returned to the area of Bundy and Dorothy.
All of you?
Yes, at that point all of us walked there. Yes,
Okay. What about Officer Risky? Did he come back also?
yes he did.
And Detective Furman and Detective Phillips also?
That's correct.
And then Lieutenant Spangler was in front as well?
He came back around the front with us, yes.
Did you remain out in front at that point, sir?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do? When I say out front, can you tell us where that is approximately?
In the street, on Bundy, just north of Dorothy.
P51.
Again, when you said the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy, that you met them in the street, you stood out in the street there, is that the approximate location shown where the gentlemen are standing in the photograph now before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, is Dorothy the street that is in the bottom portion of this photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and then it intersects and Bundy is the street that you see the brown car parked on?
that's right.
And the brown car would be facing in a northbound direction then?
That's correct.
And this blue car in the foreground would be facing in a eastbound direction on Dorothy?
That's correct.
What did you do as you stood out in front there at the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy?
I told the two detectives that I would make myself available, I would stay there, and if they needed me to do anything, to get a hold of me. My captain arrived right around that same time. Constance Dial showed up.
And did you speak to her?
I did, yes. I told her what we had been doing up to this point. And the detectives went about doing something, but I lost sight of them because I was talking with Captain Dial.
Okay. And is she your boss?
Yes, she is.
You were standing with her in the intersection.
That's correct.
Did you see any other detective arrive?
Not too long after that, I remember Detective Van Adder arriving.
And what did you see him do?
He approached Detective Phillips and Detective Furman.
And
They engaged in conversation.
Where?
The detectives, Phillips and Furman, had returned to where I was on Bundy and Dorothy, and that's where they spoke with Detective Van Adder.
Out in that same intersection then?
Yes.
And then what did you see them do after they spoke?
I remember just a few minutes later, they went ahead and approached the immediate crime scene again where the victims were.
And who was it that you saw approach the crime scene at that point?
It was Detective Phillips and Detective Furman and Van Adder.
The three of them.
Yes.
Did you see what route they took?
They went the same route that they had taken, that I had taken earlier.
And that by that you mean what?
To the left of the female victim, up through the grass and the foliage area, up to the fence.
So that'd be to the left of the walkway.
To the left of the walkway, correct.
Now that grassy area you're talking about, is that a flat and level area, sir?
No, you have to walk up it. It goes up and it's kind of tiered.
So it's kind of up a little incline?
Exactly.
And you saw them take that same path?
Yes, they did.
Did you see anybody shining a flashlight on the crime scene area around the victims?
They were using flashlights, yes.
And then did you see them leave that area by the same route, walking back through the grass?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you see the three of them walk towards the rear alley?
I don't remember them walking towards the rear.
Do you remember seeing them come out onto the sidewalk of Bundy?
Yes.
Did you ever see them then proceed down Dorothy towards the rear alley area of the condominium?
I remember them walking that way, yes.
Now, at what point did you leave that scene, sir?
I believe I left right around 04:10, 04:15, around that time.
4:10 to 4:15 a.m.?
Right. I discussed it with Captain Dial, and I told her that it doesn't appear that I am needed here anymore, and that I would leave as many police officers there as the detective wished. And she said, fine. I told her I had some work piling up at the station, so I discussed it with Detective Furman, and let him know that I was going to be leaving. And I told him he could use as many of the police officers that were there. And at that point I left.
Now, was that part of your duties as well to determine how many police officers would be assigned to to assist in the investigation of a crime scene?
No, that's not my job, but I just told Detective Furman that whatever we had were available to him, whatever he needed. Of course, we still have a patrol division to run and radio calls coming in, so I was discussing it with him and was wondering if there were any people he could kick loose so I could use them for patrol functions.
Now, when you left at approximately 4:10 to 4:15 a.m., was Lieutenant Spangler still there?
Yes, he was.
About what time did you get back to the station, sir?
Got back to the station right around 5 o'clock. I had stopped and picked up something to eat and brought it back to the police station.
Shortly after you got back, did you get a phone call from Detective Phillips?
Yes, I did, shortly after 5 o'clock.
Did he make some request of you?
He asked me to call West Tech Security, and he asked me to
All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, you may proceed.
Sir, I'm going to ask that you write the number down on this pad so that we don't publicize this number, because I think you probably don't want it publicized.
No, you're right.
It'd be great if you start getting 10,000 calls a day on the private line. And the number that you've just written for us, I'm going to show you counsel now. This number is this the number that the Detective Phillips called you on that night?
That's correct.
Right, we'll mark that sheet of paper, People's 61? 61.
Thank you. And how is it that you happen to have Detective Phillips' cell phone number
He gave it to me out at the scene.
when you were at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
All right, then you, I think you indicated West Tech said they didn't have a listing, or you had that asked you to get a specific address. Is that right?
They indicated that they didn't show a listing, and he asked me if I could get a number, yes.
Okay, and then you indicated you called Detective Phillips and you got the address.
That's correct.
Then what did you do?
I called West Tech back, got a hold of the same operator, and I gave him the number of 360 Rockingham.
And what did he indicate then?
Well, there was still some,
The result of this exchange may be admissible, but all of the talk back and forth, I think it's just plain hearsay.
Sustained.
That's true. Did you attempt to, you gave the address of 360 Rockingham, is that correct?
that's correct.
And after you had given that information, sir, did you call Detective Phillips again?
I called him back because there was some confusion, again, even with the numbers that I gave West Tech, they still, Operator 48 was still having a hard time finding a listing. So I told them that I would call the detectives back, and I did. I got a hold of Detective Phillips, and he said, well, try it again because there are signs on the property indicating that West Tech has the security contract.
And so did you call back again?
Well, before I had a chance to call back, I got a call from West Tech, and it was Operator 48, and he said, was that North or South Bundy? And I said, that was North Bundy.
Excuse me? Bundy?
Rockingham.
Okay.
And I told him it was North, and he said, oh, okay, well, we have a listing for Mr. O.J. Simpson.
Whether he got the phone number or didn't get it, that's all that's relevant.
Correct. Can we just ask non-hearsay questions that will get us a non-hearsay response?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Did you ask whether they had any information as to whether or not the defendant was in or out of town?
Yes, I did on that same telephone call when he told me that he had the listing. Yes.
Okay.
And he indicated that he did not show that Mr. Simpson was out of town.
Did you then call, Detective Phillips back then?
Yes, I called him back.
And did you give him information concerning the defendant?
I told him what I was just told by West Tech, yes.
That the defendant, they had no record that he was out of town?
That's correct.
Now, at that point, when you called Detective Phillips on his cell phone, had he received the defendant's phone number at his home yet?
No.
I mean, the defendant's home phone number.
No, he did not.
And did you get another call from Detective Phillips after that point?
A few minutes later, Detective Phillips called me back and asked me to make another telephone call to West Tech and to find out if they had a key to 360 North Rockingham and if it could be sent out there with a representative from their company.
Now, did you get more than one call from Detective Phillips within that time frame, within those few minutes, requesting the key?
Yes, I did. I believe I received at least two within a real short period of time.
And after you got the second call requesting a key, what did you do?
That's when I called West Tech back, and they told me that
Conversations, can we get to the
Sustained.
result?
I'm not, right.
Sustained.
they told
Did- no,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
hold
no.
on.
Wait.
Sergeant, would you please listen precisely to the question that is asked of you? Answer just that question. Don't volunteer anything, any information that is not requested of you, please. Ms. Clark.
Sergeant Rossi, did you ask West Tech if they had a key for the defendant's home?
yes, I did.
And they responded, and they gave you an answer, is that correct?
Yes,
And based on what they told you, did you call Detective Phillips back again?
yes, I did.
right after you spoke to them?
Yes.
And when you spoke to Detective Phillips a second time, what did you tell him?
I told him that West Tech indicated they did not have a key.
And did you indicate... Right, and then did you call back to Detective Phillips again about 10 minutes later?
Approximately 10 minutes after that phone call, yes, I did.
And again, this is on his cell phone.
Yes, it is.
And why did you call that 10 minutes later again?
I wanted to find out if anybody, if a representative from the West Tech company had arrived there, because I was told that there was a 2-minute ETA to get somebody out there to our detectives.
Okay, now, so you had asked West Tech for a key,
That's correct.
and did you ask, and based on their response to you, did you ask for something else?
Well, when they told me they didn't have one, I asked them if they could send a representative out there,
And why?
because the detectives they felt they needed to get into the residence, and they may have to force entry if they couldn't get a key. And if that was the case, they wanted someone from West Tech there
For what purpose?
to be there when they made forced entry.
To witness it?
To witness it, yes.
And so after you discovered that they did not have a key, did you call West Tech or have another conversation with West Tech concerning having someone from West Tech go out to the property?
Yes, I did.
And you were given some time estimate as to when someone would arrive?
Yes. Operator 48
Okay.
told me it would be about 2 minutes.
No, no,
Wait. Sergeant,
I'm trying.
listen very carefully to the question. The question was, were you given it some time estimate as to when somebody would arrive? The answer to that question is either yes or no, not what the answer was. Ms. Clark.
And after you got that information, was that when you called Detective Phillips back?
That's correct.
And you were calling for what purpose?
To inform him what West Tech told me.
And then did you also call to find out what had happened, if anyone had arrived?
Yes, I did.
Now, you were at the West LA station, sir?
That's correct.
And was it requested of you by Detective Phillips to make contact with the children, Sydney and Justin?
Yes, he asked me that.
And what were you doing at his request?
Per his request, I went in and checked on the children.
More than once?
No, I just did it once. I had
Wait.
checked.
I'm sorry?
I did it twice, actually, that evening, but only once to Detective Phillips' request.
And was that to make sure they were all right?
That's correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Rossi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you give us, please, a little bit of your educational background and police training that led you to your present station in the force?
I spent 5 months in Los Angeles Police Academy. And after I graduated from the academy, I entered college and I took a police science major. I've worked several field-related details. The majority of my time on the job has been in uniform and in the field.
How long were you a patrolman before you made sergeant?
10 years, just about.
Is that a normal interval or somewhat faster than the average?
It's relatively normal. I actually worked patrol for the first 4 years. Then I transferred to Metropolitan Division, which is also primarily a uniform detail. And we do similar patrol type of work, but it's throughout the entire city, but it is in uniform.
The rank of sergeant, does that have several grades?
Yes, sir, it has 2 grades.
1 and 2?
That's correct.
And the rank of detective, how many grades does that have in West LA?
That has 3.
And downtown?
The same?
And I take it that 3 is the higher rather than the lower
Yes, sir.
grades? On the night in question, Detective Phillips was a 3, Detective Furman was a 2, is that correct?
That's correct.
How do those ranks compare with the insignia that you're wearing in the hierarchy of the police department?
A Detective 3 is a little bit higher than me, and a Detective 2 is a little bit lower than me.
You're in the middle.
That's right.
Now, as part of your training, did you take specialized courses in, for instance, homicide?
In college, I took 2 criminalistic courses, yes.
And have you ever had any specialized courses in crime scene protection?
The same 2 courses covered that.
Has there been any continuing legal education requirement or law enforcement education requirement in the LAPD that you have observed?
No, sir.
Have you ever been to any seminars or schools on crime scene protection since you became a policeman?
Other than college? No, I haven't.
Are you responsible in any way for the training of younger officers who are usually the first to arrive on a crime scene, are they not?
Yes, I
Patrolman?
am. Yes.
Well, objection, that assumes facts not evidence. Counsel is testifying.
Overruled.
Who are usually
Overruled.
Is it necessary, because patrolmen are apt to be first at the scene, that they have some training in what it is that needs to be protected?
No more than a regular patrol officer.
All right, well, I don't know where you're starting from, so we better define it. Should they be trained to preserve footprints and foot impressions, for instance, and protect them from obliteration?
objection, Your Honor, no foundation.
Overruled.
They're not trained specifically for that. The only thing they're trained for as far as preserving a crime scene is to secure the location.
Well, that's a word that I'd like to define with you, if we can. What do you mean when you say secure the location of a double homicide, Sergeant Rossi?
Disallow anyone other than authorized personnel to enter the location.
What are the risks if people are allowed to wander in and out of the crime scene? The risks to the evidence.
To contaminate, that would contaminate it.
All right. Now, you accepted, as I understand your testimony, the word of Officer Risky that the crime scene, quote, was secure.
That's correct.
You made no inquiry of him as to what precisely he meant by that, or what it was that was secure, did you?
No.
You accepted that blanket assurance as being sufficient
I could
to
see
preserve the integrity of the evidence, did you not?
That's correct. I could see that it was secured.
No. When you were told on the phone, hard on the heels of his arrival, that the crime scene was secure, you couldn't see anything, could you?
No, not then.
No. You had to rely on his word
Yes, sir.
that it was secure,
Yes.
but you didn't inquire as to what he meant by that.
No, I didn't ask him.
And you didn't inquire of the nature of the scene that he was securing, did you?
I didn't ask him.
No. Do you know the difference, for instance, Sergeant, between a footprint and a foot impression?
No, I don't.
Assuming, if you will, that a footprint is a two-dimensional residue of someone having walked somewhere with or without a shoe, and a foot impression is a three-dimensional residue, would you think those worth preserving for the benefit of the detectives who might be called upon to solve the case?
Yes, sir, I would.
There wasn't any question in your mind that this was a brutal and deliberate double homicide from the minute you heard the description, true?
That's correct.
This was hardly, possibly, an accidental killing.
Yes, sir.
Furthermore, there wasn't any question in your mind, once Officer Risky had swept through the premises, that the killers, whoever they were gone. True?
That's correct.
At large, on the loose, carrying with them, in all probability, some bloody evidence. True?
Objection, killers, plural. Counsel's testifying. So fact, not
Sustained.
evidence.
Fact, not evidence. Rephrase the question. Killer or
Are
killer?
we restricted to the state's theory of one killer, erroneous though it may be?
No, but the question
Objection,
assumes...
counsel testifying
Hold on.
for-
Hold on. I was speaking with counsel. The question assumes a fact that's not in evidence we don't know. You can
Very well.
phrase it properly as killer or killers.
Fine, I accept that.
Thank you.
Is it fair to say that based on everything you knew, a killer or killers was somewhere away from the property,
Yes.
and possibly still a risk to others in the community.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you first heard of this crime, and you were told that this was the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson, is that the way she was described to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Nicole Brown Simpson was known in the Brentwood area, was she not? Known to you?
She really wasn't known to me. No.
I don't mean personally acquainted. I mean, you knew who she was.
Yes.
So that the name is one you would associate with Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say as well, Sergeant, that the minute you heard that, you had the notion that this might become a high-pressure case with
Yes,
lots
sir.
of media attention?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, from 55 minutes after midnight when you made your first phone call to 1 o'clock when you called Phillips and right on through to 1:25 when you finished talking with Captain Dial, you discussed the potential of this case with every single superior you had, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And it was a matter that you were worried about, true?
Yes, sir.
One of the reasons for that worry, as Officer Risky has said, is that the media might get there before the detectives and wreak havoc with the scene. That's a fair concern, isn't it?
I wasn't real concerned with that.
You weren't concerned about that?
No.
Well, did you learn from Officer Risky when he called that he was on a phone in the home of the victim?
Not when I called, not when I talked to him on the phone. I didn't know where he called from.
Do you know anything about the operation of telephones in Los Angeles County, in Brentwood in particular?
Objection, Beatty.
Sustained.
All right. Are you familiar with a last number redial option that you can get on telephones in this community?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Star 69 service?
No.
Okay. What does last number redial do if you use that facility on a private phone, for instance?
It means if you press the button, you'll dial the number you had previously called.
Okay. And what happens if you pick up that phone and dial a new number?
I believe it erases or obliterates that number.
Wipes it up.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ask Officer Risky whether or not he might be able to take a phone in that home and try last number redial?
I didn't know where he's calling from.
No. Did you ask him whether or not he could go into that home and find a phone with last number redial on it and hit the button?
No, I didn't.
Might it have been useful to detectives to know who the victim last telephoned before her death?
Yes.
Objection, it's in fact not evidence that she had that last member redialed.
It's also speculation. But that's something, if we establish that it was in fact true, that's something that can be argued to the jury. Proceed.
We will establish that it existed.
Proceed.
All right.
No, it's sustained. This is a question for some other witness. It's interesting, but it can be argued at a later point.
Fine.
The motion to strike the answer.
It's inconsequential at this point.
Is it fair to say it's something that wasn't discussed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it not a cardinal rule of law enforcement that when danger is at hand, policemen go in pairs?
Generally, yes.
Generally.
Yes, sir.
When you talked with Officer Risky, how many able-bodied police officers were on the scene already, if you know?
No, I don't know exactly.
What is a crime log, Sergeant?
It's a chronological report of people who show up at the scene.
And who keeps crime logs in homicide cases such as this one?
Who kept that log? Is that what you're asking me?
Who kept this one?
Officer Chris Cummings?
Chris Cummings. All right, he arrived according to, I guess, his own crime log about midnight, correct?
I don't know.
Have you ever looked at the crime log other than when Ms. Clark showed it to you this morning?
I looked at it about 3 days ago, yes.
In connection with what?
At the time I arrived and the time I left.
All right, and was that in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, it was.
All right. Well, when you looked at it, did you examine to see what time others arrived so you could put things in perspective?
I've glanced over it.
And who assigned Officer Cummings to be the crime log officer?
I don't know. Possibly Sergeant Kuhn.
That would assume, of course, that Sergeant Kuhn was there before Sergeant Cummings, or that the order was first given when Sergeant Kuhn arrived, whenever that was.
Yes.
Okay. What is the obligation of the crime log officer with respect to keeping these kinds of records?
To sign in and to sign out officers that arrive at the location
When
and
you
leave.
say sign in and sign out, do the officers actually have to log in with their handwriting, or does the officer who is in charge of the log simply note their arrival?
The officer that's in charge of the log notes that.
Okay. So that the fact that you are logged onto the crime scene at a certain time doesn't mean you endorse it, that means that's what that officer thinks,
Yes,
right?
sir. That's right.
But there is a second source of time information with respect to arrival and departure from the scene, is there not?
Generally, it's with communications. Is that what you're talking about?
And field reports,
Sometimes, yes.
incident reports?
Yes.
All right. If there is a conflict between one officer's time log and the individual report filed by an officer who came to the scene, which is the more reliable, if you know?
I don't really know.
All right, well, if we may come back to the moment that Officer Risky told you about the homicide. This was the first call, right?
Yes, sir.
Up until that moment, when you picked up the phone and found him at the other end, you had no idea anybody had been killed,
That's correct.
let alone Nicole Brown Simpson, true?
True.
He told you that he had not yet had a chance to clear the victim's home, true?
True.
But you did not understand that he was speaking to you from the victim's home.
Not at that time, no.
He expressed concern that there might be other victims in the home.
Yes, sir.
He also expressed concern that the perpetrators, one or more, might be in the home.
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that based on the information you already received, the perpetrator, (S), could be considered armed and dangerous?
Certainly.
Did you authorize or direct Risky to clear the house by himself, Sergeant?
No, he had another officer.
You said get another officer?
That's correct.
Well, you didn't mention that on direct. Is that something you overlooked?
I don't believe I was asked.
I believe you were asked what directions you gave Officer Risky, and you told him to clear the house. Do you now say that you told him to get another officer to go with him?
No, he had told me the officer was already there, sir.
Where were the other officers when Risky was in the home calling you, if you know?
He indicated to me that the other officer was in the home with him.
Which one?
Officer Dick Wally.
Wally, all right. McGowan-Wally team then was the second to arrive almost at the same time as Risky.
I believe so.
And do you know, as you sit here today, whether or not Officer Wally went with Risky through the home and found no perpetrators, but did find two young children?
I was told that he did go with him, yes.
Do you know the age of those children?
Not
As of June?
exactly. Not exactly, sir. No.
Do you know if they were in school?
They were school age, yes.
School age?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know whether or not any of the telephone equipment in the home had speed dial buttons with Dad written next to them?
No, sir.
No. Did you ever inquire?
No.
If the fear had been expressed that there might be other victims, I take it you thought from the circumstances that somebody might be after the Simpson family or some of its members.
At that point, I wasn't assuming anything like that.
Well, I don't mean assume, let's say concern. Were you concerned?
I think that'd be a legitimate concern, yes.
How many of these homicide cases have you been involved in over your career?
Probably in the neighborhood of 300, 250.
So you've had considerable experience in the order and the importance of things to be accomplished when a homicide occurs, have you not?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that the very first priority is any possible medical treatment that could be afforded any victim who has not died?
That is correct.
There was no indication in this case that that was a realistic possibility, was there?
Oral.
Could you repeat that for me?
Yes, the description that you got as to the two victims out by the gate indicated that they were probably very dead at that point, true?
Yes.
The second concern would be the protection of any other victims who might be at risk because of whatever dynamics had caused the first homicide to occur, true?
Are you saying if there were other victims? That would be my next concern?
Would you not, as a police officer, when you learn that a prominent person has been killed, worry that some other family member might also be a target?
Yes.
And it would be appropriate, would it not, to try to identify, locate, and warn any such person,
Yes, if that was appropriate, if that was possible.
if it were possible. Now, you knew in this case that O.J. Simpson was a living citizen of Brentwood, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you hoped, when you learned what had happened to his wife, that he continued to be living, correct?
Certainly.
But there was always the possibility that he, too, was the target of whatever force had done her in. Wasn't that so?
I suppose.
Didn't you prioritize to any degree notice to Mr. Simpson, if you could give it?
I don't understand the question.
Notice to Mr. Simpson means a telephone call or some other communication saying your wife has been murdered,
Yes.
and you better watch out. Did you prioritize that?
At that point, sir, that wasn't one of my concerns, no.
Was it your concern before you left the police station at 1:25 when you completed your phone calls?
Not then, no.
Can you tell us why it was that for the better part of an hour after you learned of a brutal homicide, you were not concerned about notifying the ex-husband?
Because those types of notifications are done by the detectives.
Oh, and until the detective comes on the scene, he stays at risk, is that it?
Well, if that's what you want to say, yes, that's what we do.
It appears that that's what happened and a lot worse, isn't it?
Objection.
Are we arguing here with the witness counsel?
All right, withdraw.
Thank you.
Is it not true that no one made an effort to notify Mr. Simpson until after 5 a.m. when you were on the phone with West Tech?
I don't know, sir. I don't know if the detectives tried to do it earlier or not.
They didn't do it in your presence, did they?
Oh, no.
And you didn't leave the scene till 4:10.
That's correct.
And if anybody had been dispatched to find Mr. Simpson prior to that, you would have known about it, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. The detectives have taken over the case at that time.
You think they might have slipped away without your knowledge to do that?
I don't know if they would have slipped away, but they could have assigned somebody to do it.
Well, sir, they were there until 4:10 themselves, weren't they? Weren't they?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever inquire of them what efforts are being made to notify Mr. Simpson?
No, I didn't.
Now, did you know that you had at hand, before you left the police station, the means to get hold of Mr. Simpson if you chose to do so?
No, I didn't.
Did it ever occur to you that a 70-year-old girl might know her father's telephone number?
Yes.
Or a boy?
Yes.
Same? Okay. Did you bother to ask them for it?
No, I did ask the little girl if she knew if her father was in town or out of town.
Yeah, what'd she say?
She said she thought he was in town.
Okay. Did you ask for his phone number so you could reach him?
No,
Why not?
I didn't think of it.
Why did you spend 50 minutes trying to get it out of West Tech after 5 a.m. when she was still a few feet away?
Because I was responding to requests by the detectives.
You mean the detective said, we want to get West Tech to get the phone number, and you didn't tell him I can get it from Sydney right here?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, objection, that calls for speculation. How does he know if she knows the number of Catherine or Dean?
Testified he thought you would.
Get it?
Overruled.
Okay. Corrected. This is a 9-year-old girl, making it even more likely she might have that information, correct?
Objection, counsel, testify.
That's testifying.
Would you say that a 9-year-old girl would know her dad's phone number, in all
Objection, that
probability?
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I don't know. I didn't ask her, so I don't know if she knew it or
Your
not.
human experience doesn't tell you whether or not it is likely.
Counsel, we know from the jury questionnaires, the vast majority of our jurors have children, or once were children at 9 years old. We
All
can
right?
move on.
Point is made, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now then, what duty does a watch commander have to walk through the scene of a double homicide once he gets there and is told it's been secure, whatever that means?
So I could accurately report to the detectives when they ask me questions.
Is it your experience that at some point down the road, detectives and technicians will arrive?
Yes.
And the technicians are the people who try to preserve and lift impressions of various sorts that may identify or exclude certain suspects, true?
That's correct.
All right. That would include footprints,
Yes, sir.
which can in some cases be as singular as a fingerprint, true?
Yes.
And it would include fingerprints themselves,
Yes.
and in these days, other chemical traces that might be relevant and helpful, true?
True.
In addition, in this case, Sergeant, you saw that a tremendous amount of blood had been lost by at least one of the victims, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And that it had already been trampled up by a dog, right?
Yes.
Now, what made you assume that the perpetrator or perpetrators had not walked through the soft earth over which you trampled to get to the gate? How did you know that?
Because we checked the path, and we didn't see any indication that somebody had walked through there.
You have an inspection that you made as you walked through those plants, is that right?
Yes, we did. As we walked, we shined the flashlight to make sure we weren't stepping in anything that would be of evidential value.
And you're able to tell us that when you walked up that path, there were no footprints ahead of you, is that right?
That's correct.
Did Officer Risky tell you he had walked the same path?
No, he didn't.
You didn't notice his footprints there, is that right?
No, I didn't.
Now, did you notice that the body of Ronald Goldman was lying in the main on soft earth, heavily shaded?
Yes, it appeared to be on soft earth.
Was it apparent to you, soon after your arrival, if not before, that Mr. Goldman had probably put up severe resistance as he was being killed?
I don't know.
Did it occur to you that there might be, in that area of soft earth near the walkway, the footprints of the person who had committed the crime?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Weren't thinking about it?
Nope.
Okay. Well, how many people did you tell not to go into that area for fear of ruining the case?
I didn't have to tell anybody. Nobody went in.
Nobody went in.
Not while I was there.
Why in the world did you need to go on the crime scene to begin with if you're not a detective?
So I could give the responding detectives an accurate account of what was there. They require that from me.
So without waiting for a trained detective to arrive who might know what evidence to preserve, it is your duty to go in and look so you can tell him what he's about to see. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, was it fairly apparent to you that whoever had perpetrated these homicides had departed in some direction?
Yes.
And how many possibilities were there for the departure route on that early morning?
Would you repeat that for me, please?
Yes. Would you tell the court and jury how many possibilities you saw for an exodus by the killer or killers after the homicides were done and before the police arrived?
Objection and exodus?
Do you want to rephrase that?
A way out. You understand?
Well, yes, I do.
Okay. How many ways out were there?
Well, it was outside. The scene of the crime was outside,
Well, they didn't go straight up.
so other than straight up, they could have left in any direction.
Over the roof?
I suppose, if they,
Over the fence?
yes.
Didn't it seem likely that they had either gone out the front gate or out the back gate?
It didn't seem likely to me until I went around to the back and saw the footprints.
Up until then, it never occurred to you that footprints might be there. Is that right?
Oh, I thought there may be.
Okay. You said it didn't seem likely they'd gone that way. Why not?
I said it didn't seem likely they went what way?
Out the back.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't say that?
No, I didn't
Pardon
say
me. Wasn't the evidence staring you in the face that somebody had to go out the back?
Well, like I said, it was outside, so
I understand. Didn't you tell us in your testimony that you saw tracks on the sidewalk on Bundy?
On Bundy?
Yes.
Dog tracks only.
That's right.
Yes.
So if the killer wasn't a dog, then somebody had to go out the back end, didn't they?
Sir,
Didn't
they could have gone any direction.
Without leaving any footprints after being in all that blood, Sergeant?
Well, that's possible, yes.
And how is that possible? Please tell me.
To just leave and cover their tracks somehow.
Leave and cover the
Yeah.
tracks. Would you explain to all of us how that could be accomplished by a
Well,
killer
if-
with bloody feet?
If they didn't get blood on their feet, they wouldn't leave tracks.
Having been at the scene, can you imagine that the perpetrator or perpetrators didn't get blood on their feet? Can you imagine that?
There was a lot of blood there.
No. Can you imagine that these murders were accomplished without getting any blood on the feet of the
I
perpetrator?
think anything is possible.
Anything is possible. So you think they may have been fast enough on their feet to avoid blood while accomplishing the carnage that we've been looking at on screen. Is that right?
I can't accurately testify to that, I'm sorry.
Oh, all right. Well, now, when you got around to the back, it began to occur to you that that may have been the means of escape. True?
Yes,
And that there could be found there, on the hard surface, terracotta, a porous hard surface, evidence of footprints that could be tied to a specific shoe, right?
are you asking me if I saw footprints?
No. I'm asking you whether it occurred to you that if that were in fact the means of escape, and the killer or killers had run out that way, that there could be somewhere between the position of the bodies and the back gate some footprints that could identify the perpetrator.
Yes,
All right. When did that occur to you?
when I saw the footprints.
And was it after you saw the footprints that you elected to go with risky and walk on the walkway?
No, it was prior to that I made that decision.
Prior to that? Until you actually saw the footprints, you never thought about the possibility that you were obliterating footprint evidence as you walked?
Objection. That assumes facts not in evidence?
Overruled.
You understand the question?
I understand the question, yes, sir.
Did it occur to you, by you and Risky, who's got pretty good sized feet, walking up that walkway, you could be obliterating evidence?
Well, we're assuming facts, not evidence. We don't know how big these officers' feet really are.
We saw Risky's feet, Your Honor, for quite a period of time,
No,
coming in and out.
I didn't look.
All right.
All right, we're going to take our recess at this point, Mr. Bailey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess until 3:30. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves for any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you or conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Sergeant Rossi, you may step down. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except for the lawyers. You're ordered to come back at 3:30. All right, we're in recess. Gentlemen, be seated. All right, Sergeant Rossi, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good afternoon again, Sergeant. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Bailey, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I think prior to the recess, we established the fact that one of the concerns after a homicide occurs is the notification of other possible related victims.
Yes, sir.
And that's something that your department, to your knowledge, first attended to sometime after 5 o'clock that morning.
As far as I know, yes, the detectives did.
Now, there are other things that need to be looked after as quickly as possible when a homicide occurs, right?
Such as?
Well, notifying the detectives to get to the scene so they can detect,
Correct.
right? And in this case, you notified Detective 3, Ron Phillips, at exactly 1 a.m., according to your own records, that there had been a double homicide, and you told him who had been killed, didn't you?
I told him that that was a possibility. That's who the victim was, yes, sir.
And, well, there wasn't much doubt in your mind after Risky told you what he found in the house, was there?
I was pretty sure.
Okay. You said you didn't know he was calling from the house a little while ago, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know that even though he told you he's looking at a picture of O.J. Simpson and a letter addressed to O.J. Simpson?
He didn't tell me that, sir.
Oh, he didn't tell you that?
No.
Oh. When did you first hear that from Officer Risky?
I didn't hear that from Risky.
To this very day?
No.
Okay. The word lithograph doesn't bring back any memories, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. How far away from Bundy does Officer Phillips live?
About 35 miles
Okay. In what community?
in the Santa Clarita Valley.
And Officer Furman lives down somewhere around Redondo Beach?
I'm not sure where Detective Furman lives.
Do you know Detective Mark Furman at all?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you been familiar with him?
About 4 years.
4?
Yes, sir.
Did you know him in 1989?
No, I didn't.
Did you know him in 1985?
No, sir.
Okay. When you talked to Phillips and he said, look, I'll take care of notifying Furman, you took him at his word and did not call Mark Furman, correct?
Correct.
Did they give you, or did Phillips give you, any estimate as to when you might anticipate that he would arrive to take over the crime scene?
He told me he would get there as soon as possible.
As soon as possible?
Yes, sir.
Which turned out to be an hour and 10 minutes, right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Now, did he explain why it was necessary to meet Detective Furman at the station and then they both go to the crime scene?
No, he didn't.
Was it not plain to you that that arrangement would require that the later of the two would hold up the other one?
I didn't know that that was the plan.
Were you anxious to get them at the crime scene as soon as possible?
Yes, I was.
Would you explain to the court and jury the relationship between yourself as watch commander with respect to responsibilities and Sergeant Kuhn?
Sergeant Kuhn is a field supervisor.
I understand that. He arrived within apparently 10 or 15 minutes of Officer Risky and Officers McGowan and Wally, right?
Testifying.
Sustained. Question assumes facts that are not in evidence.
I'm sorry, I thought that he had told us that Officer Risky arrived at 12:15.
No.
When did Officer Risky arrive, according to your answer?
Officer Risky already testified to when it was he arrived.
Pardon me?
You were talking about Sergeant Kuhn.
No. I'm talking about Risky
All right.
and Kuhn as related to Risky. When did Kuhn arrive, if you know?
Shortly after Officer Risky arrived.
If the crime log says 30 minutes after the hour, would you accept that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. When you say shortly, you mean minutes, hours? Can you help us any better than shortly?
Within a few minutes?
A few minutes. Okay. Now, when Sergeant Kuhn arrived, who was in charge of that crime scene?
Sergeant Kuhn.
So that if any transgressions were made upon the integrity of the crime scene, he would be the one responsible. True?
Until I got out there, Sergeant Kuhn was responsible for that crime scene.
Now, when you got there, who was in charge until the detectives arrived?
I was.
If Detective Furman, who was a slightly lower grade than you are, as I understand it, had arrived alone before Phillips, would he nonetheless have been in charge of the crime scene by virtue of being a detective?
Yes, sir.
And would he have then taken full responsibility for whatever happened there?
Yes, sir.
And if he'd issued directions, would you have felt bound to follow them?
Yes, I would.
But whereas they arrived together, Detective Phillips, of course, being a third grade, is superior in rank anyway, is he not?
Yes, he is.
And by virtue of being a detective, nonetheless, has the right to control the crime scene.
That's correct.
All right. Now, where in the regulations is it provided that the watch commander will go upon the crime scene after it's been secured and while waiting for detectives? Is there anything in the manual about that?
Not that I know of.
How often have you done it?
Every time I've secured a crime scene?
Okay. Well, my understanding is you were told the crime scene was secure before you got there.
Yes, I was.
Experience would teach that any time you walk upon the ground, you may affect what's already there, right?
No, not in this case. I was careful where I walked.
You
I was
were careful
watching.
where you walked.
Yes.
You know what a footprint looks like?
Yes, sir.
You do. Can it be seen with the naked eye?
Yes.
All footprints can be seen with the naked eye?
Well, if they're a footprint, if they're visible, they can be.
Don't you know that many footprints can't be seen until they're dusted with powder?
Overruled. Overruled.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Did you know that some footprints can't be seen except when shown with an oblique light?
Overruled.
I suppose that's possible. Yeah.
Have you ever heard that in all of your training in the 300 homicide scenes you've been at?
Yes.
Okay. Now, having that in mind, at the time you were there, it occurred to you that a footprint left on the hard surface and not visible to the naked eye could be disrupted by you walking around those bodies?
No.
Did not. All right. As you walked down the back alley, from the alley behind the house toward Bundy, until you saw bloody footprints and turned around and backed out, had you seen anything of significance?
Yes, I had.
What had you seen before you turned around?
There were some blood droplets out behind the garage.
Okay. Now, did that give you reason to suspect that maybe one or more of the perpetrators had used that means to exit the premises?
Yes.
And when you saw the blood drops, you nonetheless continued down the walkway, correct?
Yes, I did.
And perhaps in the course of it, obliterated some of those footprints the naked eye can't see. True?
I don't believe I did that.
All right. You say you don't believe that you did.
No.
Would you explain to the jury how you could not believe that you obliterated something that you couldn't see in the first place?
Because I was careful where I walked.
What difference would that make if there were a dust residue footprint on the walkway?
Objection.
Now we're arguing. We're arguing now.
Okay. If you're careful where you walk, what does that mean? that you avoid stepping on things of significance?
That's correct.
Okay. And if something significant can't be seen, can you avoid stepping on it?
If I can't see it, no.
All right, thank you. Is it your experience from being involved as a law enforcement officer in a great many homicides? Strike that out. Do you normally get to the scene before the detectives?
Yes.
And so there generally in each homicide that you investigate as a watch commander at least will be a period where you have the responsibility. True?
Would you repeat that, sir?
Yes. In the average homicide on which you work, let's say in the past 5 or 10 years, is there generally a period of time after the patrolmen arrive and before the detectives arrive when you, the watch commander, a sergeant, will be in charge of the crime scene?
Yes, there is.
Among the objectives of the police department when a homicide occurs that they have been unable to prevent, and prevention is the first objective, isn't it? Correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, certainly. All set? Is it not fair to say that they are about equally important, Sergeant Ross?
Yes.
Because to identify the guilty person in a homicide, it is often necessary to exclude other possible suspects. True?
True.
Now, in that respect, is it fair to say that time of death is an absolutely critical factor in solving a homicide?
I think that's very important.
Yes. And it can be controlling, correct?
Yes.
Once you know the time of death, it becomes much easier to exclude people who were elsewhere. True?
I can't accurately testify to that. I'm not a homicide investigator.
Well, I understand that, but as a matter of sheer logic,
Sustained.
strike it out. As a matter of your experience, would you say that people who are not at a homicide scene at any time when it's going on probably didn't commit the homicide?
Well, that calls for a legal conclusion, counsel.
It does?
We have the law of aiding and abetting in this state.
No, I said commit.
And/or
Not assist.
conspiracy, sure.
All right.
Trust me, it's a legal conclusion.
Okay. Is it important to know the whereabouts of possible suspects at the time of death as it is established in the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you, at the time you arrived at the crime scene, have any brackets? That is to say, the last time the victims could have been alive and the last time, or the time they were known to be dead.
I didn't have that information.
All right. Well, you had this information, that some witnesses at the scene had called the police.
Objection,
But strike it out. Strike it out.
Withdrawn.
What did you learn about the discovery of the bodies as to time?
The only thing I knew about time is when
Oh, this is not a fact in dispute, counsel.
the only thing I knew about time was when my officers arrived. The first arriving officers were found the victims.
Okay.
Is that what you meant?
Yes. And they told you there were witnesses there who discovered the bodies, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that this was all within a few minutes?
Yes.
All right. So as you sat there as watch commander, did you assume that you had a couple of bodies in your hand that might have been killed as late as midnight, thereabouts?
I didn't assume anything about time, sir, at that point.
Okay. But you did know they were dead by the time they were reported as such?
Yes, I did.
As to when they were last alive, did you hear anything that night from Officer Risky about ice cream?
Yes, I
What
did.
can you tell us about ice cream? What does it do when it's outside the refrigerator?
It melts.
That depends a little bit on the ambient temperature as to the rate at which it melts, right?
Yes.
And the kind of ice cream that's melting.
I can't testify to the type of ice cream. I don't know.
You're not an expert on melting rates?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Did Officer Risky tell you that he had discovered in the home of the female victim some partially melted ice cream?
At one point that evening, he did, yes.
And did that give you any idea as to what the brackets were around the period during which the homicide could have been committed?
No, it didn't.
So, for all you knew at that point, it could have been much earlier the previous day, June 12th, that the victim was last seen alive, right?
I wasn't given time of death any kind of a thought, sir.
Understand that. You were given a time when everybody knew they were dead. I'm asking you, were you given any information as to when they were last seen or heard as being alive?
No.
Okay. The broader that time can be, the more important the medical and scientific evidence is in establishing time of death. Would you agree with that?
Argumentative. Yes, it is. It calls for speculation. It's beyond the scope of this witness's testimony.
Well, I think you told...
This is something you can cover with another witness.
I understand.
Thank you.
I think you told us some time ago that you were aware that establishing time of death could be very important to an investigation.
Yes, I did.
And I think you've also told us that for a period of time, from 1:25 until 2:10, you were the person in charge of the scene.
In charge of securing the scene, yes.
And in charge of the case until the detectives
No, I was not in charge of the case, sir.
No?
No.
You had no obligation to take any steps to either find the killers or call for additional help.
Not at that point. My obligation was to make sure that crime scene was protected.
All right. Is it the policy of your department not to let anyone call for a coroner or technicians until the detectives get there?
Generally, that's a detective's advice, yes.
Is there any case in Los Angeles where the coroner is not called after murder occurs that you know of?
Not that I know of, no.
Do you think there is any risk whatsoever in not calling the coroner promptly?
Objection again, this call for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you know his number?
The coroner's number?
Overruled. Overruled.
I don't know it by heart, but I had access to it.
Could you have reached the coroner's office if
Yes.
you wanted to?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that at no time did you attempt to do that?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I think you've described for us the places that you went before Detectives Phillips and Furman arrived at about 10 minutes after 2 that morning.
Yes.
Is that the first time you saw them that day,
Is that the first time I saw the detectives? Yes, it is.
on June 13th?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen them on June 12th?
I don't remember if I did.
Okay. Did they arrive together in the same vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember where they parked?
Yes, I do.
Now, had you the slightest idea when they arrived who the other victim, that is to say the male victim, was?
No, sir, I didn't.
Do you know if any efforts had been made to identify that victim?
No.
Had anyone taken down the numbers of automobiles parked in the vicinity on the chance that the victim may have driven to the scene?
Yes.
Had they been run through the central computer to identify the registered owners?
I don't believe so at that point.
Had not been done by
No.
2:10 a.m.?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Do you know whether or not, well, by the way, how long did you spend inside the home at 875 South Bundy?
I never went inside.
You never went inside?
No, sir.
Did you ask for a description of what was inside from any of the officers who had been through it?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever learn whether or not there was a list in the kitchen of all the important numbers, phone numbers, police, fire, relatives, etc.?
No, I didn't.
You ever ask?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. What was the very first thing that the two detectives did when they arrived and after you told them what you had seen when you went onto the crime scene?
They viewed the victims.
Well, do you know what their purpose was in doing that?
To take a look at the immediate crime scene.
Now, what path did they take to get from the sidewalk where I presume they started to the scene inside the gate? Do you know?
They took the same path that I had taken.
So if Risky took that path and you took it, and now the two detectives taken it, had anyone else taken it in the interim?
Sergeant Kuhn?
Sergeant Kuhn. How about Captain Zielman from the fire department?
He wasn't there when I was there.
Never was?
No.
Hadn't he already come and gone?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, and he was there to assure that the bodies were dead.
Yes.
Okay, and had done that.
As far as I know.
All right.
Objection, I call for speculation. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Personal knowledge.
Do you know how he got from the sidewalk to the crime scene?
Who's he?
Captain Zielman, Your Honor.
He had come and gone. How does he know?
Someone may have told him.
Hearsay, speculation. Next question.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he had walked the same path that you walked?
Objection, that assumes backing on evidence that he
Overruled.
walked up the building.
A more artfully phrased question. You can answer the question.
Please,
You know.
please repeat it.
Do you know whether or not he had walked from the sidewalk to the crime scene on the same path that you and Risky and Kuhn had walked?
Objection calls for hearsay and assumes backing on evidence. This witness said he seen him right before he got there. How do you know? Only by hearsay.
Question is, do you know? Overruled. Do you
No,
know?
No, sir, I don't know.
Next question.
Okay. Did Phillips and Furman walk together up that same path?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Can you now remember the nature of the surface of the earth over which all of you walked that morning?
It was a form of grass, as I recall.
Wasn't it soft loam in which plants were growing?
There were plants, ground cover type plants, yes.
Now, you told us earlier that in order to be sure that you didn't disturb any evidence, you took your flashlight and walked up the path, making sure there were no footprints there that you would step on. Do you remember that?
Making sure there was no evidence
Footprints would be evidence,
of any kind, yes.
or any other evidence.
Correct.
Did you see everybody else do that as they went up the path?
Yes, sir.
Took the flashlight?
Yes.
Now, you said that when you walked up the path, you didn't see Officer Risky's footprints,
No, I didn't.
and you didn't see Sergeant Kuhn's footprints. Well, when Detectives Phillips and Furman walked up that path, did they turn to you and say, Sergeant Rossi, there are footprints here?
No, they didn't.
Did not? Okay. They continued up to the scene and inspected the area and the bodies, right?
Yes.
Where did they next go, or either one of them?
They both then came back down to the sidewalk to where I was.
Okay. Now, at this point, did any of you look for human footprints as opposed to paw prints around the area of the sidewalk and the street and so forth?
Yes.
Where did you look?
Right around as we walked on the sidewalk, we kept looking with our flashlights.
And did you further look in the shrubbery where you had walked, parallel to the sidewalk, to see if anyone had left in that fashion?
I didn't personally, but Detective Phillips and Furman were using their flashlight in various locations in the immediate area.
Now, where did you see them inspect while you were there?
Around where the victims were lying and in the grassy area. At one point, one of them walked over to the sidewalk area that is adjacent to the walkway and shined his light.
Okay. Just yes or no, did Mr. Furman say whether or not he knew the female victim?
No, sir, he didn't.
Did he say whether or not he'd ever met her or her ex-husband before?
Not to me.
No discussion along those lines?
No.
Okay. What means of communication were Detectives Phillips and Furman using in your presence that morning?
Sustained.
Did either one of them have a cellular phone?
Yes, Detective Phillips had one.
Did you observe him using it to call other people?
Yes.
And were you standing close enough to learn who he purported to be calling?
Yes, on one call I did.
Which was that?
When he called robbery homicide.
Okay. That was pursuant to the message you gave him from the chief saying he wanted robbery homicide, which meant the detectives downtown in on this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell him why the chief said that he thought that would be appropriate?
No, I just told him that was what the chief requested.
That was an order,
Yes.
and it was non-discretionary?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pursuant to which Phillips made the call.
Yes, he did.
Can you tell us about what time, according to your best recollection, after 2:10 a.m. when he arrived, Detective Phillips called robbery homicide?
Well, it was after we walked to the rear of the location, so I would say probably 15 minutes after they arrived.
Okay, so they arrive at the curb, go up the little path and look at the scene, come back out, shine their lights in the foliage, and then go around Dorothy up the alley to the rear gate.
That's correct, yes.
All right. Now, did they then go in the house?
Yes.
Did.
Yes, they did.
How long would you say they had been on the scene when they went into the house?
Oh, probably 15 or 20 minutes.
Had they, before going into the house, ventured up the walkway inside the rear gate?
Did they go up the walkway prior to going in the house? Was that the question?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How long did they spend going up the walkway toward the crime scene from the alley and through the gate? How much time?
It was just Detective Phillips and I, and it was only probably about a minute.
Well, did you venture as far as you had on your first trip with Risky?
Yes.
And did you stop in the same place?
Yes, sir.
And did you point out to Detective Phillips the visible footprints that you had noticed before?
Yes, I did.
Did Detective Phillips say anything to you about wiping out footprints that weren't visible?
No.
Did not. You just walked up there. How many feet would you say it was from the gate to where you stopped?
Oh, probably 100 and... from where again? I'm sorry.
From the rear gate. You entered the rear gate, I take
Right.
it. You noticed blood drops there, then walked in. Did you notice them the second time?
Yes.
Did you point them out to Detective Phillips?
Are we talking about the blood drops or the footprints?
No, the blood drops near the gate.
Yes, I did.
All right. And then you walked up the walkway
Right.
that goes beside the house toward the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know today what the total distance is between the gates?
No, I don't.
Any estimate?
110 feet?
Okay. What percentage of that distance would you say that you covered on these two occasions on foot?
Approximately 30 feet?
30.
30, 35 feet, yes.
So you didn't get up as far as the entry door off the walkway, is that right?
That's correct.
What was the other detective doing while you two were walking up the walkway?
Detective Furman?
Mm-hmm.
He remained behind the garage.
Doing what?
I don't know.
Well, did you see him looking over the Jeep?
No, I didn't.
You ever see anyone touch the Jeep?
No, I didn't.
You ever see anyone dust the Jeep?
No, sir.
During this first 15-minute period and before the call was placed by Phillips to robbery homicide, did you hear anyone call the coroner?
No, I did not.
Did not. Did you fellows discuss the wisdom of doing that?
It wasn't discussed with me, no.
When did they enter the home, before or after the call downtown?
I believe it was before.
Okay. And they walked in through the garage?
That's correct?
Is that how they entered?
Yes.
You can enter through the garage or from the walkway, right?
Not the walkway.
Aren't the two doors into the home from the walkway?
The front of the house is, well, what walkway are we talking about?
The walkway I'm talking about runs gate to gate, the whole up and down.
I don't remember an entrance to the house there, no.
You don't?
No,
Where
sir.
was the entrance to the house that you could go in if you didn't want to enter through the garage?
I saw a front door that was on the Bundy side of the house.
Is there a walkway parallel to Bundy?
Parallel to Bundy?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a walkway from the sidewalk up.
No, I understand that. Exclude, if you will, the walkway that runs gate to gate.
Okay.
Up some steps, down some steps, and so forth.
Exclude that.
Exclude that.
Okay.
Are there any other walkways that give access to the home?
No?
Okay. So therefore, any doors at ground level that enter the home have to be adjacent to that walkway, don't they?
To the walkway in the front. Now, I thought you were talking about the walkway on the side of the house.
The walkway on the front, starting at the gate,
Right.
runs beside the house all the way to the walkway in the back, doesn't it, Sergeant?
It also leads off to the front door.
And you say that's not all one walkway.
Well, it leads off, you have to turn into the door to get to it.
All right, let's move on. They went in through the garage in any event.
That's correct.
You never entered the house, and you may not even know where the doors are. Is that fair?
I know where the front door is because I saw it from the front of the house.
Do you know if there are any other doors?
No.
Did they both enter through the garage and leave through the garage?
Yes, they did.
How long were they in the house?
Not long, probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Had you discussed with the detectives prior to their going into the house the wisdom of trying to locate Mr. Simpson to warn him?
No, I didn't discuss that with the detectives.
And they didn't discuss it in your presence, I take it.
That's correct.
It was not a topic of urgency as you now recall it.
We didn't discuss it.
Okay. When they left the house, did they tell you that they had found a listing of numbers in the kitchen?
No, sir.
Did they tell you that the telephones had speed dials with Dad?
No, they did not.
Did not. All right. Can you recall anything they told you of note about what they found inside the house as detectives?
No, they didn't tell me anything about the house.
You knew that Officer Risky had walked through the house, right?
Before I got there, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you ever issue any orders to protect footprints in the carpeting?
No.
Do you know what those are?
Overruled.
Do you know what they are, sir?
Do I know what footprints in a carpeting?
Do you know whether or not a carpet can yield footprints under certain
Yes.
conditions? Do you
Yes, I
know that
can.
they can't be seen with the naked eye generally?
No, I've seen footprints in carpet with my naked eye.
And do you know that there are some that can't be seen with the naked eye?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
You never heard of that?
No.
Okay. All right. Is it fair to say that no steps were taken to protect the carpeting in case the footprints of somebody relevant might already be there?
I don't know what steps were taken inside the house, sir.
Sorry, let me rephrase it. Is it fair to say that you know of no steps that were taken by you or anyone else to protect the carpeting in the house?
I don't know what steps were taken in the house.
Okay. Were any steps taken to protect items like the telephones from fingerprints?
I don't know.
When the detectives came back out to the garage, were you standing? Excuse me.
Parker.
What did you do while they were inside the house, Sergeant?
I made myself available in front of the house on Bundy at Dorothy.
Then I take it you never saw them come back out to the garage?
Excuse me, when you said when they were in the house, I beg your pardon, I just stayed behind the garage in the area back there.
Was there any reason that you didn't accompany them into the house?
I didn't see any need, or I didn't see it necessary for me to go in the house.
Is that because from the time of their arrival on, the detecting was left totally up to them?
That's correct.
Okay. After they came out of the house, what did they next do?
I believe that's when Detective Phillips, or when I discussed with Detective Phillips about calling robbery homicide per the order of Deputy Chief Franco.
All right. This was 15 minutes after their arrival?
15 or 20 minutes, I would say, yeah.
Okay. Now, is promptness to the crime scene important in homicide cases?
I would think so,
Your experience has taught you that it is, right?
yes.
Okay. Was there any reason that you waited 15 or 20 minutes to pass along the chief's order?
Perfectly honest, I didn't think of it until then.
The chief gave you an order at 1:15 a.m. and you forgot it at 2:10?
I didn't forget it, I just didn't think of it until I told him.
Fair to say that it slipped your memory for a bit.
There's a lot of things going on, yes, could
Okay.
have.
Can you remember what it is that jogged it back?
No, I just remembered and I told him,
Like that,
yes.
all right? And did the Detective Phillips call rather promptly after you relayed the direction you'd been given?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with the detectives in the downtown robbery homicide unit?
No, I'm not.
Did you know any of them before this case?
No.
Are they generally the most senior and experienced in the LAPD?
I would say generally.
And did the chief tell you that's why he wanted them called in this case?
The chief indicated to me they had more resources.
Okay. Did the chief indicate that he also wanted them there because he anticipated the degree of press attention that would accompany this case?
I don't remember if he indicated that at all.
Okay. Now, a Detective Roberts arrived apparently at Bundy shortly after Detectives Furman and Phillips. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Who is Detective Roberts? Can you tell us?
That was the first night I met Detective Roberts. I believe he's a West LA detective.
His headquarters is in your station?
As far as I know.
Do you know how long he'd been attached there?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know what his grade was?
No, I didn't.
Do you know why he was summoned to Bundy along with the two that you had brought there?
No, I didn't know.
At about the time Detective Roberts arrived, it appears that Lieutenant Spangler arrived. Does that square with your recollection?
I think they were pretty close, yes.
Well, about 20 minutes after
Yeah.
Detectives Furman and Phillips arrived, or about 2:30?
That sounds reasonable, yes.
Okay. And Lieutenant Spangler ordinarily would have been the senior person there, correct?
That's correct.
Now, Can you explain to me what the relative authority was, since Phillips at about 2:30 was calling downtown for those detectives, and the chief detective from West L.A. was arriving on the scene? What's the pecking order at this point?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let me rephrase it. We have Phillips and Furman in charge, they're the detectives there first, right?
Right.
We have them told by you that the chief wants them not to be in charge, but to bring in the detectives from downtown.
Right.
And Detective Phillips, following that direction, calls downtown and relays that request, right?
That's right.
The chief would have no power from West L.A. to order them out there if they didn't want to come, would he?
The chief would, I don't understand that, sir.
Chief Franklin couldn't order downtown detectives to come to Brentwood, could he?
Well, certainly he could.
He could? The person you talked with?
Chief Frankel could have ordered them, sir.
All right. Does he have authority over all the detectives in the force?
Well, yes, he does. He's a much higher rank, and so,
Fine.
yeah.
Okay. So this wasn't optional as to them either, the detectives downtown that were receiving the call.
Right.
They were directed to come. True?
That's true.
All right. Do you know what Robert's rank is?
No, sir, I don't.
Did you see him do anything when he arrived?
No, I didn't.
Did you see him remain there as long as you were there?
I believe he did.
Did you see him talking with Detectives Furman and Phillips at any time?
Yes, I did.
Did you spend most of the time between 2:10 and about 4:20 or 30 in the company of Detectives Furman and Phillips?
No, I was in the street talking with my captain after I returned to the front of the condo.
Okay, this was Captain Dial.
Yes.
And when did she arrive?
I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look on the log.
You don't recall at the moment?
I don't recall.
Would about 10 minutes after Detective Roberts and Lieutenant Spangler seem about right?
I believe she got there a little bit after Lieutenant Spangler, yes.
Okay, so if she got there at 2:40, would that seem to be square with your recollection?
Sounds fair.
All right. She is your direct superior, whereas the detectives are not. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
And if you had any direction to get, it would be from Captain Dial and not from the detectives on matters unrelated to the crime scene itself. Is that fair?
Unrelated to the crime scene?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. As far as bringing officers to the scene, setting up patrols, roadblocks, all points bulletins, things like that, would that be within her purview to order?
Yes, it would.
How long did you spend talking with with Captain Dial?
I was probably talking with Captain Dial for about a half an hour.
Since you had arrived at about 1:25, 1:30, and by the way, the West L.A. station at, is it 1363 Butler Ave?
1663.
1663 Butler Ave is less than 2 miles from 875 South Bundy, isn't it?
I think it's a little farther than that. I think it's closer to about 5 miles.
Isn't it about a mile, 4,000 feet?
It's 5,280 feet.
No, isn't it about a mile and 4,000 feet? If you know.
Say again, bear with me, sir. I've been working since 10 o'clock last night. What was the question?
I understand, so have I, waiting for you, so we're even. Now, isn't the distance less than 10,000 feet from Butler to Bundy?
I don't know.
Okay. Didn't you get there within a few minutes when you left at 1:25 after talking with Captain Dial on the phone?
It took about 7 minutes, as I recall.
7 minutes, okay. If you went 5 miles in 7 minutes, you'd have been pulled over, wouldn't you?
Probably not. I'm in a black and white.
Okay. You mean nobody arrests you for speeding?
I hope not.
All right. Did you have a siren on?
No, sir.
When was the first time, after you arrived at the scene, that you saw somebody taking photographs?
I don't recall anybody taking photographs while I was there.
Do you know a photographer named Rokhar, R-O-K-H-A-R?
No, I don't.
Can you tell us whether or not photographer Rokhar arrived at the scene at 3:25?
No, I cannot.
If the crime log says that he did, is it likely that he did, this being an official record?
Yes.
Okay. So, you did not leave until as I understand this log, .410,
That's correct.
and went back.
Yes.
So if Rokar was there firing flashbulbs for half an hour before you left, you never noticed it? Is that right?
I did not notice it. That's correct.
Okay. It was still pretty dark at that hour, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember what time sunrise was on June 13th, 1994?
No, I don't.
What was the temperature that night? Do you recall that?
I remember it as being relatively warm.
60 degrees?
That's
better?
That's reasonable, yes.
All right. I believe that you said one of the downtown detectives, that being Detective Philip Van Adder, arrived just as you were departing Bundy.
I don't believe I said that. I remember him arriving, but I did stay for some time after he showed up.
If the crime log has him in at 4:05 and you out at 4:10, does that square with your
Is
recollection?
that what it...
5 minutes of talk?
It seems like he was there longer, but if that's what it says, that's probably correct.
Well, the crime log is not infallible, is it?
It's only as accurate as the person doing it.
Okay, which you understand in this case was an officer named Cummings.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have some conversation with Detective Van Adder?
No, I didn't.
Did you observe him talking with anyone?
Yeah, I saw him talking with Detective Phillips.
Did you observe him to go upon the crime scene, as you had done?
No,
How close to the crime scene did you see him go?
I don't recall.
Where was the conversation taking place between Detective Phillips and Van Adder?
On Bundy, at the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy?
Down at the corner we've looked at in the photographs?
That's correct.
Is that the closest you saw Detective Van Adder get to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Up until the arrival of Detective Van Adder at 4:05 a.m., to your knowledge, had any effort whatsoever been made to contact Mr. O.J. Simpson?
Not to my knowledge.
Up until the arrival of Detective Van Adder at 4:05 a.m., to your knowledge, had any effort been made to call a coroner to the scene?
Not to my knowledge.
How about criminalists and technicians who take footprints, fingerprints, etc.?
Objection. He asked 3 questions, including this one, which is all beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge. He's already testified, it's not the judge.
Oh, do you know if any of those people had been called before you departed?
No, sir, I don't know.
And when Detective Van Adder arrived, did you see him take any steps in that direction?
No, I don't recall.
All right. And my understanding of your testimony in direct is that you went back to your station, number one, because there was no further need for your services, and number two, because you had other things to worry about as watch commander.
Yes, sir.
Fair statement?
Yes.
But you were still ready, willing, able, and available to assist in this case if called upon to do so.
Yes, sir.
Had you been given any specific instructions in that regard by Captain Dial?
No, I was not.
Did she leave the scene prior to the time that you did, if you know?
No, I left before her.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of any reason that, as to both Lieutenant Spangler and Captain Dial, their time of departure, according to crime log, is unknown?
Please repeat the question.
Yes. Do you know of any reason that the time of departure of those two officers, the lieutenant and the captain, is unknown, according to crime log?
No, I don't know.
Objection. Objection. That assumes facts not known as not necessarily unknown.
Overruled, according to the crime law.
Right.
Overruled.
Did you personally see anybody leave Bundy with the understanding that they were going to Rockingham?
No.
Prior to the time that you left and went back to the station, had anybody asked you to try to assist them in finding out where Mr. Simpson resided?
No, sir.
What did you do when you got back to the station?
Started to do some paperwork.
Related to this case?
Unrelated.
Unrelated.
Yes.
Did you write any reports in this case?
I wrote a watch commander's log.
Okay. Did you write any notes at the scene?
No, sir.
Did you see any detectives writing notes at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
Detective Phillips.
Okay. What about the others? Roberts, Furman, and Adder?
I don't recall.
Is it true that Detective Wang had not arrived prior to the time you departed?
The name again, sir?
Detective Tom Lang from downtown?
That's correct. He had not arrived.
You did not see him at any time that night?
No, I didn't.
All right. Now, what time did you get back to the station?
It was right around 5 o'clock.
And you had been there about 13 minutes when somebody asked you to call West Tech, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you made that call on a phone that has a tape attached to it at 5:13 a.m., true?
I believe it was, not, my phone wasn't taped, no.
No. I said on a phone that had a tape, in this case belonging to West Tech.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have since seen a transcript
Yes, sir.
of your conversations.
That's correct.
Right. Now, my recollection is that your first inquiry when you got hold of West Tech was, is Mr. Simpson in town?
Yes.
And West Tech said they thought he was?
The first, that's not what you say, if you're talking about the first
Well, I'm
contact
trying
I
to
had
avoid
with-
going through
Oh,
every little
okay.
step that you went through in
Okay.
direct. Get to the meat of it.
Okay.
First of all, did you ever inquire of West Tech as to whether they, as a matter of common practice, had any knowledge of whether Mr. Simpson was in town?
Yes, I did.
And what did they tell you?
They said they didn't know if he was in town.
No. The question, perhaps, as His Honor would say, was inartfully phrased. Before relying on West Tech's response that they didn't know if he was in town, did you try to establish whether or not they should have known if he was in town?
No.
No. So you didn't know at that point whether their knowledge of his whereabouts was even relevant or not?
Objection. Open speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have any reason to believe that West Tech, the security outfit whose plaque was on the grounds at Mr. Simpson's home,
No, I didn't
had
know.
any practice of keeping track of him?
No, I didn't know.
Okay. When you talked to number 48 or wherever it was, they said they didn't know whether he was in town or not. Did you then inquire as to whether they had any means of finding out?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were they able to refer you to any logs that they kept or other routine pieces of paperwork within their office that would indicate whether their clients were at home or elsewhere?
No, they didn't.
They indeed indicated what they would have to do is the same thing you would have to do, and that's call on the telephone or pay a visit, right?
The operator 48 said he had some extra numbers that he couldn't give me, but he would check them for me.
Okay. Well, you, I believe, at this point, told him you had an emergency on your hands, didn't you?
I told him the detectives were requesting, I never did tell him it was an emergency.
You didn't?
At one point I did, but it was later on in the conversation.
Why did you, after 5 o'clock in the morning, having not lifted a finger to notify Mr. Simpson for over 4 hours, suddenly declare an emergency?
Objection. This is an argument. Harassing this witness. You just ask questions, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Please repeat it.
Why did you declare an emergency 5 hours after it apparently arose?
Objection. That seems past my evidence. The detective had
Overruled. He's already testified he did use the word emergency later in the conversation.
I didn't feel I was declaring an emergency. They asked me if it was an emergency, and I said, yes, it is.
Why did you use the word?
I didn't use the word. They did. They said, is it an emergency? And I said, yes, it is.
Well, that adopted the word they used in their question, right?
I thought it was important. Yes.
Intended to convey to them that you had an emergency on your hands.
Yes,
They were relying on your judgment, not
Yes.
theirs, in the use of that word, right?
that's correct.
All right. And the reason you used the word was to get them to circumvent their own rules and give you some numbers, true?
No, sir.
Overruled.
No.
Question and answer will stand. He said no.
Did you, after being told that 48, or whomever you were speaking with on the phone, didn't have the authority to give you the numbers, ask that you be given the numbers anyway?
No.
Never did.
No, I didn't.
Did you ask that a supervisor be called so that the numbers could be given to you? In West Tech?
I asked that a supervisor respond to the location on Rockingham.
Okay. Did you get a phone number at some point once they found their client in their records?
No, sir.
Never did.
I never did.
You have told us then that at around 5:30, 5:40, it was determined by people at the scene that a forcible entry might be necessary.
Yes.
All right. Now, what reason were you given that a forcible entry at the Rockingham residence of O.J. Simpson might be necessary at 5:30 on June 13th?
Detective Phillips told me on the telephone that they had found some evidence at the Rockingham location that may indicate that there could be another crime scene or a victim inside that location.
And did he tell you what it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And he said, in essence, they might have to break down the door.
If they couldn't get a key, that's correct.
Okay. Now, did they tell you what efforts they had made to attract the attention of anyone who might be resident within the premises?
No, they didn't.
Like turning on a siren?
No,
Had anybody tried that, to your knowledge?
not that I know of.
And they didn't know whether anybody was home or not at home, did they?
I don't know if they did or not, sir.
Who did you understand, based on what you were being told by Phillips, who did you understand was present at that time when this move was being contemplated?
He never told me, I never asked.
Well, did he indicate that he needed more help from any of your people?
No, he didn't.
Did he indicate whether it was himself or someone else who had come upon this evidence that necessitated a forced entry?
No, he didn't tell me that.
You wanted a West Tech person, in the event forced entry was necessary, to be present.
To be present, yes, sir.
And what was the purpose in that?
To witness, if they had a forced entry.
Witness what?
The forced entry?
And what could the West Tech person, in your judgment, contribute to the matter by being present while you broke down the door?
The fact that they have the security contract, I think that's reasonable.
All right. Well, was there any thought on your part that they might be able to find a way in without a key and without breaking down the door by virtue of their position with respect to their client, Mr. Simpson?
West Tech?
Yeah.
No, I didn't give that any thought.
Okay. As of the time that the door was in jeopardy and you were trying to get a West Tech man on the scene at Rockingham, to your knowledge, had anyone called the coroner to be present?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not there is a legal requirement obligating police officers generally, including you, to see that that is done within certain limits?
No, I don't.
Based on your understanding of police practice, does anyone have the authority to tell another officer, we will not call the coroner in this case? Not now. Does anyone have that authority in the LAPD?
I would think the detective in charge of the case could make that judgment, certainly.
And for how many days does he have the authority to keep the coroner away from the scene, Sergeant, if you know?
I have no idea.
Can you think of any reason why at 6:30 p.m. your correspondent by cellular phone, Detective Phillips, would tell another, let's not call the coroner in this case, as a special favor?
6:30.
Can you think of that?
6:30 p.m.
Sustain.
Sorry, a.m.
Sustain.
Did you know that happened?
Rephrase the question, please.
Yes. Can you think of any reason why Detective Phillips would tell someone to prevent the coroner from coming to the scene after 6 a.m. on the morning of the homicide?
Facts, non-evidence.
Sustain.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that was done?
Objection to cause of information.
Overruled. Do you know?
No, sir, I don't know.
Next question.
As you sit there today, you're hearing for the first time from me that that may have occurred. Is that your statement on your own?
Sustain.
All right. Are you familiar, Sergeant, with the LAPD manual?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. Do you visit it from time to time to remind yourself of the rules and regulations that govern your conduct?
Yes, sir.
Do you take refresher courses that enable you to remember what some of those rules and regulations are?
Occasionally.
All right. Remember the last one you took?
No.
How many volumes are there of the LAPD manual, if you recall?
5.
Current version.
5.
You have any idea what is contained in Volume 1, Section 210.46?
No, sir.
Misconduct of officers. Are you familiar with that, sir?
Objection. Overruled.
I have read it.
is there not imposed upon you and every officer in the LAPD a duty to report misconduct by others?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that's a good time to break if it's convenient for the court.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Sergeant Rossi, you can step down. You're ordered to return here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except for the lawyers. All right, see you tomorrow morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you or communicate with you about the case. Do not conduct any deliberations on the matter until it has been submitted to you for your final judgment. All right, as to the attorneys, I'd like you to stay. We have a few matters we need to discuss. Let's clear the jury, please.